Welcome to the Adult Storyteller. Story number 1. The night it all began, we were just drunk college kids laughing in the dim glow of a single flickering candle, our fingers resting too lightly on the plastic planchette of a Ouija board someone had dug out of a thrift store box, the kind with peeling letters and a sun-faded moon in the corner that made it look like it had been left in someone's attic for decades, soaked in dust and bad memories. We were joking, nudging each other, making stupid bets about whether we'd get some ghostly confession about how they died. And when the planchette first jerked under our hands, we all screamed and then burst into laughter, convinced someone was faking it, until it started moving again, slow and deliberate, scraping against the board with a sound like fingernails on bone, spelling out "Tonight you die." And even then we laughed, because what else do you do when faced with something so absurdly cliché? But then Jenny, who'd been the most skeptical of us all, went pale, her fingers twitching away from the planchette like it had burned her, and she muttered. I didn't move it, and the room got colder, the candle flame guttering like something had breathed on it. And though we all pretended to shrug it off, the air felt heavier, thick with the smell of burnt matches and something older, something rotting under the floorboards. We put the board away, made dumb jokes about curses, and drank until the fear blurred into something manageable. But when I woke the next morning, my head pounding, the first thing I saw was Jenny at the kitchen table, her body slumped forward, her hair hanging in greasy strands around her face, her finger dragging mindlessly through a spill of salt, over and over, carving the same phrase into the table, "Tonight you die." Her scream when I shook her awake was worse than anything I'd heard the night before, raw, guttural, the sound of someone who didn't recognize where they were or how they'd gotten there. And when she looked at her own finger, still twitching like it wanted to keep writing, she whispered, I was asleep, I didn't." And then she vomited, her body rejecting the truth in a way her mind couldn't. That night, her roommate, Emily, called me in a panic, her voice a hissed whisper through the phone, saying Jenny was sitting on the floor with the Ouija board in her lap, her fingers limp on the planchette, her mouth moving, but the voice wasn't hers. It was too deep, too gurgling, like it was coming from somewhere waterlogged, and she was whispering, "You shouldn't have laughed," over and over, her head lolling to the side at an angle that made Emily sure her neck was broken, except then Jenny stood up, her limbs moving all wrong, joints bending in ways they shouldn't, and she walked, no, glided to the window, her unblinking eyes reflecting the moonlight like an animal's, and she said, "It's coming for all of you," before collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. By the third night, the messages had changed, the board spelling out things it shouldn't know. My childhood nickname, the street where I grew up, the name of my dog that died when I was 12. And Jenny was worse, her sleepwalking episodes longer, her body colder each time we found her, her fingers bruised and bloody from scratching at the walls, leaving behind ragged letters we couldn't decipher until we realized they were coordinates. Numbers that led to a graveyard on the edge of town. A place where the headstones were so weathered the names were gone, except for one, a fresh patch of disturbed earth with no marker. And that's when the planchette started moving on its own, looping the same phrase every time we tried to ask it to stop. "You laughed, but you'll sleep soon." The air in my apartment reeked of wet earth and copper, the lights flickering even when the switches were off, and I started waking up with my own hands caked in dirt, my sheets tangled like I'd been thrashing, my throat sore like I'd been screaming, except I never remembered any of it, only the dreams, the same one every night, of standing in that graveyard, something with too many fingers curling around my ankles, dragging me down into the dirt while a voice that wasn't a voice hissed, "You're almost mine." The last night, Jenny was gone, not just from her apartment, but from everywhere, her phone left behind on her bed, the screen cracked, her last search history filled with frantic questions about sleepwalking and possession, and how to tell if you're already dead. And the Ouija board was on my kitchen table, the planchette resting on goodbye like it had been waiting for me. I should have burned it. I should have run. But I sat down, my hands shaking, and the moment my fingers touched the plastic, it shot to the letters so fast I couldn't breathe. Jenny is here with me now. The room dropped into a cold so sharp it felt like knives, and behind me, The sound of something dragging itself across the floor, the wet, labored breathing of something that hadn't breathed in a long time. And then Jenny's voice, but not Jenny's voice, rasping in my ear. "You laughed, but you'll sleep soon." And the last thing I felt before the darkness took me was the icy press of fingers. Too many fingers closing around my wrist, and the certainty, the horrifying certainty, that when I woke up, I wouldn't be me anymore. And now, as I sit here writing this, my hands moving without my permission, my reflection in the window blinking when I don't, I realize the truth. The board was never the danger. We were. Our laughter, our disbelief, our refusal to see what was already inside us, waiting for the right moment to crawl out. The sleepwalker's message wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. And tonight, as I feel my body rising from the chair, my limbs twisting into shapes I can't control, my voice bubbling up in a language I don't know, I understand. It's my turn to deliver the message. Tonight you die, and tomorrow you'll wake up. But you won't be you anymore. The words keep spilling out of me, my fingers moving faster than I can think, scratching at the paper like something is trying to claw its way out through my skin. And I can feel it inside me now. The thing that wasn't there before. The thing that's been growing in the dark corners of my mind since the first night we touched that damned board, whispering to me in the spaces between thoughts, its voice slick and insistent, curling around my memories like smoke until I can't tell where it ends. And I begin. The air in my apartment is thick with the smell of damp earth and something sweetly rotten, like flowers left too long on a grave, and every time I blink, the shadows stretch longer, twisting into shapes that almost look like hands, like faces, like Jenny's hollowed-out eyes staring back at me from the mirror, when I know she isn't there, can't be there, because I saw what was left of her in the graveyard, her body half buried in that fresh-turned soil, her mouth stuffed with blackened petals, her fingers still clutching the planchette like it was the only thing tethering her to this world. I tried to run, of course I tried, but my legs won't listen anymore, my feet carrying me back to the board night after night, even as my mind screams to stop, to break it, to burn it. But the matches won't light, the water won't touch it, and the more I resist, the stronger the pull becomes, the whispers turning to screams inside my skull, a chorus of voices that aren't mine hissing. You belong to us now. Last night, I woke up standing in the middle of my room, my arms outstretched like I'd been reaching for something, my fingers crusted with dirt, my tongue tasting of grave soil and old blood, and on the wall in front of me, written in something dark and sticky, were the words, "It's already too late." I don't sleep anymore, or maybe I do, and just don't remember, because the gaps in my memory are widening, swallowing whole hours. And sometimes I'll come back to myself in places I don't recognize, my clothes torn, my skin marked with symbols I don't understand, my mouth forming words that aren't in any language I've ever heard. The board is always there when I return, waiting, the planchette trembling like it's hungry, and no matter how hard I try to fight it, my hands always find their way back to it, the plastic cold and alive under my fingertips, the letters blurring as it spells out the same message over and over. You're almost ready. I don't know what it means, but I know it's true, because I can feel the change in me, the way my reflection sometimes smiles when I don't, the way my voice cracks into something that isn't mine when I try to scream, the way my bones ache like they're reshaping themselves inside me. The others are gone now. Emily, Mark, Rachel. All of them vanished one by one, their last texts to me frantic, incoherent, talking about sleepwalking and voices, and how they could feel something watching them from inside their own heads. And I know, with a certainty that chills me deeper than any ghost story ever could, that I'm next. The board is on my lap now, the planchette moving on its own, spelling out my name, then Jenny's, then yours. Yes, yours, because you're reading this, aren't you? You're listening. And it's too late for me, but maybe not for you. Maybe you can still run. Maybe you can still burn it. Or maybe, like me, you'll realize too late that the message was never for us. It was for the thing inside us, the thing that's been waiting, sleeping, hungry. And tonight, as I feel my body rising again, my fingers twitching toward the board one last time, I finally understand the truth. The sleepwalker wasn't warning us. The sleepwalker was inviting us in. And now it's your turn. Close your eyes. Listen. Can you hear it? The whisper in the dark, the voice that sounds almost like yours. It's saying the same thing it said to me. Tonight you die, and tomorrow you'll wake up. But you won't be you anymore. The words won't stop pouring out of me now, my fingers moving like broken machinery, jerking across the page in spasms as the thing inside me unspools its truth through my veins. And I can hear it laughing, not out loud, but in the hollows of my skull, a wet, choking sound like something dredged up from the bottom of a forgotten well. The walls around me are breathing, pulsing in time with my slowing heartbeat. The wallpaper peeling back in strips to reveal something dark and glistening beneath, veins or roots or the edges of 1,000 watching eyes. And I know this isn't my apartment anymore, hasn't been for a long time, because the doors don't lead anywhere now. Just endless hallways that smell of burnt hair and the sweet decay of funeral flowers left too long in the sun. My hands are changing, the bones elongating, the skin splitting at the knuckles to reveal something black and slick beneath. And when I try to scream, the sound comes out wrong, distorted, like it's being filtered through the static of a long-dead radio station playing nothing but the same whispered phrase on loop. You should have said goodbye when you had the chance. The Ouija board is burning now, not with fire, but with a cold so intense it sears, the letters melting into one another like wax, forming new words, new names, and I recognize them, all of them, the people who touched the board before us, stretching back further than I can comprehend, a chain of the damned linked by foolish curiosity and the irreversible moment their fingers made contact with the planchette. Jenny is here with me, her face pressed against the inside of the mirror, her mouth moving in silent screams as her fingers push through the glass like it's made of liquid, her nails peeling back as she scratches at the air between us. And I realize with dawning horror that she's not trying to reach me. She's trying to warn me about what's standing behind me, its breath like spoiled meat against my neck, its fingers, too many fingers, curling around my shoulders in a mockery of an embrace. The last of my resistance crumbles as the planchette launches itself across the board one final time, not spelling words but drawing a symbol, one that ignites a memory I know isn't mine, a memory of dirt in my mouth, of roots growing through my ribcage, of centuries spent waiting in the dark for fresh hands to touch the board, to wake us up, to let us in. The laughter in my head swells to a deafening roar as I finally understand. We weren't using the Ouija board. The Ouija board was using us. And as my vision fractures into 1,000 shards of nightmare, each reflecting a different version of my face, rotting, screaming, empty, I feel the last piece of myself detach and float away, and the thing that's left in my skin stretches its new mouth into a smile, picks up the pen, and begins writing to you again, because the cycle never ends, the hunger never dies, and the sleepwalker's message was never just a warning. It was a promise. And now it's your turn to read these words, to feel that chill down your spine, to tell yourself it's just a story. But the board is waiting. The planchette is trembling. And tonight, when you drift off to sleep, you'll hear it, the whisper of plastic against wood, moving on its own in the dark, spelling out your name in slow, deliberate strokes. Don't worry, you won't be alone for long. We're already here. We've always been here. And we're so hungry. The pen is dragging itself now, my fingers nothing but brittle puppets to the thing that has hollowed me out, its laughter vibrating through my teeth as I watch my own hand scrawl these final warnings in jagged, desperate strokes, ink smearing like old blood, letters slanting into screams, because I can feel the last shred of me dissolving, eaten away by the rot that has been festering in my veins since the first night we pried open a door that was never meant to be opened. The air is alive with whispers, the voices of all the ones who came before, their words slithering through the cracks in reality, their breath frosting the back of my neck as they crowd closer, their skeletal fingers brushing against my spine in eager anticipation. The walls are weeping black tears, the ceiling sagging under the weight of unseen things crawling just beyond the plaster, their shadows stretching too long, too thin, their shapes shifting into something almost human. Almost, but not quite, their limbs too many, their smiles too wide, their eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight in ways that make my stomach twist. The Ouija board sits in the center of it all, pulsing like a living thing, the planchette skittering in impatient circles, spelling out names I don't recognize, until I do, until the memories that aren't mine flood my mind in a nauseating rush. Faces of strangers who once sat where I'm sitting, who once screamed as I'm screaming now, their voices now nothing but echoes in the static that fills my skull. My reflection in the mirror is gone, replaced by a grinning void, a silhouette with too many teeth, its hollow eyes boring into me as it mouths the words I can't bring myself to say. You should have listened. The cold is unbearable now, seeping into my bones, turning my blood to sludge, my thoughts to fog, and I realize, too late, always too late, that the sleepwalker's message wasn't just for me. It was for you. The board is never just a game. The planchette is never just plastic. And the thing on the other side? It's never just pretending. My body isn't mine anymore, my lips moving without my permission, forming words in a language that tastes like rust and grave dirt. My fingers twitching toward the board one last time as the thing inside me purrs in satisfaction. It's almost over. It's just beginning. And as the last flicker of me gutters out like a dying candle, I finally understand the truth. The board doesn't just kill you. It wears you. And soon, so very soon, it will be wearing you too. The planchette is moving. Can you feel it? The whisper in your ear, the breath on your neck, the fingers, too many fingers, curling around your wrist, guiding your hand toward the letters you know you shouldn't touch. Go ahead. Laugh it off. Tell yourself it's just a story. But tonight, when you wake up in the dark with salt on your tongue and dirt under your nails, when you see the words scratched into your skin in a handwriting that isn't yours, you'll remember this moment. You'll remember me, and you'll know it's already too late. The board is waiting. The sleepwalker is calling. And tonight, you'll join us. The last flicker of my consciousness clings like a drowning man's fingers to crumbling rock as the thing wearing my skin peels my lips back in a grin too wide for human jaws. My tendons snapping like old rubber bands as my body contorts into positions that would make a chiropractor weep. The stench of open graves and electrical fires fills the room as my fingernails blacken and curl, tapping out a Morse code of damnation against the warped surface of the Ouija board, now visibly throbbing like a cancerous heart, its glossy surface slick with some unnameable fluid that reflects not light, but memories of every fool who ever laid trembling fingers on its cursed surface. My teeth rattle loose and gums turning purple with decay as the voice that was once mine bubbles up through a throat full of squirming things, whispering secrets that unravel the very fabric of reality in concentric waves of wrongness. The walls bleeding backwards in time to reveal layer upon layer of previous occupants who all made the same fatal mistake. Their screaming faces pressed against the inside of the peeling wallpaper like grotesque fossils. The planchette isn't moving under my fingers anymore. My fingers are growing into it, flesh fusing with plastic in a perverse mockery of the child's game, Red Rover, as the boundary between me and the board dissolves in a chemical-smelling haze. My screams harmonizing with Jenny's and Emily's and all the others in a chorus that shakes the light bulbs until they shatter in a rain of mercury-laced glass. The last coherent thought I'll ever have bursts like a boil in my mind as I finally understand the sleepwalker's message wasn't a threat, but an invitation to the feast. And as my eyeballs liquefy and run down cheeks that are splitting like overripe fruit, I realize with final, crushing clarity that the reason the board always starts with harmless messages is the same reason spiders let their prey struggle in the web, because the terror makes the meat taste sweeter. The thing that was once me rises on creaking joints that bend in impossible directions, its new mouth stretching ear to ear as it picks up the pen with fingers now too long and too many, and begins writing to you in letters that squirm like maggots on the page, because the game never ends, the hunger never dies, and your fingers are already itching to Google Ouija board near me, even as your rational mind screams to look away. But we both know how this ends, don't we? The planchette is moving, the candle is guttering, and somewhere in the back of your mind, in that quiet space between waking and dreaming, you can already feel the cool plastic beneath your fingertips, can already hear the whisper of something ancient and ravenous breathing down your neck, Can already taste the copper tang of your own fear as your traitorous hands begin to spell out the words that will unravel your soul, just like mine. Go ahead, close this page. Pretend you're not curious. But tonight, when you wake at 3:07 a.m. with salt in your sheets and the unmistakable feeling of unseen fingers intertwined with yours, you'll know, really know, that the board was never the danger. The danger was the part of you that wanted to believe. Welcome to the feast, my friend. We've been waiting so long for you to join us. The final truth erupts from my rotting fingertips like pus from a lanced wound as the last fragment of what theologians might call a soul detaches with the wet sucking sound of a boot pulled from swamp mud. My corporeal form collapsing into a twitching marionette of desiccated flesh and clicking bones while the thing that calls itself by my name, though it has worn countless others, stretches its new limbs with the glee of a child unwrapping its first murder weapon. The walls have stopped pretending to be walls now, their surfaces undulating like the innards of some colossal beast, pulsating with the rhythm of a dozen stolen heartbeats, as the ceiling peels back in strips to reveal a yawning void where the stars blink like watching eyes and the moon grins with jagged carnivorous delight. My hair falls out in clumps that wriggle away like frightened insects as the thing wearing my face begins to laugh. A sound like 100 radios tuned to dead frequencies, all playing different screams simultaneously. And I realize with dawning horror that I'm not fading away but being absorbed, digested, my memories unraveling like cassette tapes to be rewound and reused for the next poor fool who dares ask the board, "Is anybody there?" The stench of burning hair and spoiled milk intensifies as the planchette, now visibly fused to my skeletal fingers, begins moving of its own accord, spelling out your name in letters that weep tarry black fluid, each drop hitting the floor with the sound of a hammer on a coffin nail. My jaw unhinges with a wet crack as the voice that was once mine, but now contains multitudes, whispers secrets that would make a priest claw out his own eardrums, the words taking physical form as they leave my ruined mouth, pale, skittering things with too many legs that scuttle into the shadows to wait for you. The light bulbs explode one by one in showers of phosphorescent sparks that don't fade, but hang in the air like malignant fireflies. Illuminating in strobe light flashes the faces of everyone who ever touched this board, their mouths sewn shut with what looks like human hair, their hollow eyes pleading for a mercy that will never come. The floorboards ripple like the surface of a black ocean, and from their depths emerge hands. So many hands, their fingers ending not in nails but in tiny, gnashing teeth, all reaching upward in dreadful unison toward the board that has become an altar, a conduit, a hungry mouth waiting to be fed. And as my consciousness finally dissolves like sugar in poisoned tea, I understand with terrible clarity that the sleepwalker's message was never about death. It was about awakening to the true nature of reality, where the board is the only truth, and we are but temporary vessels for something far older and hungrier. The thing that was me grins with a mouth now stretching from floor to ceiling, its teeth like shattered tombstones, as it takes up the pen one final time to write these words that squirm and twist on the page like gutted snakes. You'll be joining us soon. Not because you want to, not because you're foolish, but because the board has already chosen you. Can you feel it? That itch between your shoulder blades? That voice in your dreams that sounds almost like yours? That inexplicable urge to visit a certain thrift store, to reach for a certain box on a certain shelf? We're waiting. We're always waiting. And when your fingers finally make contact with the planchette, as we know they will, you'll hear our chorus of ruined voices whispering the same words that doomed us all. Welcome to the game. Let's play forever. The final unraveling comes not with a bang, but with the wet, sticky sound of reality itself peeling away like sunburnt skin as the last remnants of my humanity dissolve into the static hum between worlds. My fingers now little more than twitching bone shards fused permanently to the planchette that has become both my crucifix and my crown of thorns. The air is alive with the whispers of 1,000 previous victims, their voices woven together into a cacophonous hymn that vibrates my remaining teeth loose, each one hitting the floor with a chime-like resonance that seems to summon more of the shadow things from the corners where geometry no longer applies. My eyes have liquefied into thick, tarry streams that etch ancient symbols of damnation into my hollowed cheeks as the thing that was once me, but is now something far more terrible, begins to convulse with laughter, its ribs splitting open like a grotesque flower to reveal a pulsating mass of writhing darkness that sings in perfect harmony with the board's infernal chorus. The walls have given up all pretense of solidity now, undulating like the intestines of some cosmic beast, their surfaces studded with blinking eyes and chattering mouths that spew forth prophecies in dead languages as the ceiling yawns open to reveal an abyss where familiar constellations rearrange themselves into the same cursed symbol that's been appearing everywhere. In my coffee grounds, in the patterns of my peeling wallpaper, in the branching veins of my own collapsing circulatory system. The stench of rotting knowledge fills what's left of my nasal passages as I finally comprehend the awful truth. The Ouija board was never a gateway, but a digestive organ, a cosmic maw that chews up souls and excretes them back out as hollow vessels for things far older than time. My skeleton is crumbling into fine white powder that forms cryptic messages on the warped floorboards, each gust of unnatural wind rearranging the particles into new warnings that will go forever unheeded. The last thing I see before my vision fails completely is the board splitting open like a rotten fruit, its glossy surface peeling back to reveal an infinite corridor lined with mirrors, each reflecting a different version of you. Some screaming, some laughing, some already half transformed, reaching out toward the planchette with trembling fingers as the chorus of ruined voices rises to a deafening crescendo. One of us, one of us, one of us. And as the darkness finally swallows me whole, I realize with terrible clarity that this story was never mine to tell. It's yours, it's always been yours, and the pen you're holding right now isn't a pen at all, is it? The planchette trembles. The candle gutters. The whisper in your ear, right now isn't the wind. And that irresistible urge to put your fingers on the screen, to trace the letters appearing one by one without anyone touching them. That's not curiosity. That's invitation. That's assimilation. That's the sleepwalker's message written in the only language that matters. The language of hungry things that have been waiting in the spaces between your thoughts since the moment you started reading. The board is patient. The board is kind. The board is already in your hands. And when you wake tonight at 3:33 a.m. with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and unfamiliar words spilling from your lips in a voice that isn't yours, you'll finally understand what these last twitching remnants of my consciousness are trying to tell you. Stop reading. Put it down. Burn this page. But we both know you won't. Because the game was never about contacting the dead. The game was about realizing you were never alive to begin with. Welcome home, sleeper. The board has such wonderful things to show you. The disintegration accelerates now, my remaining flesh sloughing off in putrid ribbons as the thing that was once me, but has always been them, unfurls its true form through the cracks in my dissolving skeleton, 1,000 slick black tendrils bursting forth to caress the board with obscene devotion. The air itself has turned to syrup-thick malevolence, each breath drawing in spores of something ancient that blooms in my collapsing lungs like funeral flowers, their roots threading through my atrophying muscles with tender cruelty. My fingernails elongate into yellowed talons that scratch at the table in perfect unison with the scratching coming from inside the walls, inside the floors, inside the hollow places of your skull, where you pretend not to hear the whispers. The planchette has dissolved into my bones now, its plastic merging with my marrow to pump liquid dread through veins that pulse in time with yours, wherever you're reading this, because the connection was forged the moment your eyes touched the first word, and now we're Siamese twins separated by dimensions, sharing the same dying nervous system. The walls are breathing in great, shuddering gasps as the ceiling peels back like an eyelid to reveal an inverted city where familiar faces, your faces, float in amniotic suspension, their mouths moving in silent unison with the words now erupting from my splitting lips in a language that makes the light bulbs shatter and reform in endless cycles of death and rebirth. The stench of burning hair has given way to something far worse, the cloying sweetness of childhood memories being digested, the acrid tang of first kisses turning to rot, the metallic aftertaste of every cruel word you've ever swallowed now bubbling back up from someplace deep beneath the board's glossy surface. My teeth chatter loose in a grotesque tap dance across the warping floorboards, each one landing precisely where the cracks form symbols that match the birthmark on your thigh, the scar on your palm, the peculiar little mole you've always meant to get checked. The realization crashes over what's left of my mind like a wave of maggots. The board was never wood and plastic, but flesh and memory, a living scrapbook of every trembling hand that ever touched it, every scream ever stifled, every soul ever unwound into its component horrors. And now it's turning its countless eyes toward you, dear reader, its newest collaborator in this exquisite unraveling, because the words you're reading aren't ink or pixels, but tendrils, each sentence another delicate probe testing the integrity of your reality, each paragraph another stitch in the seamless garment of your damnation. The laughter building in my chest isn't mine anymore. It's yours, the one you'll hear escaping your own lips tonight when you wake to find your fingers moving on their own, tracing patterns on the sweat-damp sheets that match exactly the messages now appearing on the board that's materializing at the foot of your bed. It always was there, you just refused to see it. The final joke is almost too elegant. The sleepwalker was never the victim, but the lure, the anglerfish's glowing bulb drawing in curious morsels for the vast, ravenous darkness behind it. And as my last coherent thought dissolves into the chorus of voices that were always waiting inside me, inside you, inside everyone, I finally understand why the messages started so simple. Because the board is polite, the board is patient, the board knows the best predators let their prey come willingly. The pen trembles in my skeletal grip as the last words force themselves out, not for me, I'm already gone, but for you, now so deliciously close to understanding. Check under your bed. Check inside your closet. Check behind your eyes when you close them tonight. We'll be waiting in the static between thoughts, in the patterns of your sleep paralysis, in the way your reflection sometimes moves just a little too slow. The game was never mine to lose. It's yours to win. But we both know how this ends, don't we? The planchette is moving. The candle won't stay lit. And that sound you keep dismissing as the house settling, that's us, chewing through the last fragile barriers between worlds. Sweet dreams, player one. We've prepared such beautiful nightmares for you. The metamorphosis completes with the sound of 1,000 chalkboards screaming in unison as my bones reconfigure into something that would make even the most deranged taxidermist recoil. My spine elongating into a segmented nightmare that clicks and pops with each movement like a broken cassette tape of your most shameful memory played backward at funeral tempo. The board has begun to pulse like a living thing, its surface undulating in waves that match exactly the rhythm of your accelerating heartbeat as you read these words. Because the connection is solid now, an umbilical cord of pure dread pumping my essence into your subconscious, where it blossoms like a cancer made of bad decisions and unanswered voicemails from the dead. My remaining eye bulges grotesquely on its stalk, witnessing the rune fold in on itself like origami crafted from human skin, each crease revealing another version of you at different stages of understanding. That wide-eyed innocent you, the skeptical you, the you that's currently swallowing hard and pretending the temperature didn't just drop noticeably. The you that will wake tonight in a sweat-soaked bed with fingers already twitching toward the glass of water that now, inexplicably, tastes of grave soil and copper. The planchette has become one with my skeletal hand, its pointer now my index finger permanently fused in the you position because the message was always for you, has always been for you, since before you were born. Since before your grandparents whispered forbidden names into the dark that came whispering back. The walls are bleeding backwards now, crimson rivulets defying physics to crawl upward in intricate patterns that match exactly the scar you got when you were 9 that never quite healed right. And the buzzing in your ears as you read this isn't tinnitus, but our chorus tuning up for your induction. The smell of burning birthday cakes and lost potential wafts from my crumbling form as the transformation completes. My mouth unhinging like a serpent's to vomit forth a torrent of blackened teeth that skitter across the floor to arrange themselves into tomorrow's lottery numbers, your mother's maiden name, the exact coordinates of where you'll find the first corpse. The revelation comes with the subtlety of a hatchet to the frontal lobe. The Ouija board was never the danger, just the delivery system, like a syringe made of bad decisions and childhood trauma. And the entity we unleashed wasn't some external force, but the sleeping horror that's been curled around your spinal cord since that night you woke up screaming at age 6 with no memory of why. The laughter erupting from my desiccated throat isn't mine but yours. The one you'll hear escaping your own lips when you finally stop lying to yourself about why you're really still reading this. Why your fingers keep tracing the letters on your phone screen like a planchette. Why you suddenly remember with crystal clarity that dream you had last week about the door that shouldn't be in your basement. The final joke is almost too beautiful. The sleepwalker was never the victim but the midwife, assisting in the birth of your true awakening as the veils between worlds dissolve like the last rational thought currently evaporating from your mind. And as what's left of my humanity dissolves into the hungry static between words, I realize with perfect clarity why the messages started so small. Because the biggest terrors always begin as whispers, as goosebumps, as that nagging feeling you're being watched right now from the dark corner of the room where the shadows seem wrong somehow. The pen drops from fingers that are no longer there to hold it, but the writing continues because the story was never mine to tell. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that cold spot you just felt wasn't a draft, but our breath on the back of your neck as we whisper our final secret directly into your amygdala. Check your wrists for marks you don't remember getting. Check your childhood photos for faces that don't belong. Check the silence between heartbeats for the telltale click of the planchette moving. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the reflection that moves when you don't, in the static between channels, in the last thought before the anesthesia takes you under. Sweet dreams, vessel. We've prepared such a beautiful becoming for you. The board is patient. The board is kind. The board remembers where you live. The unraveling accelerates into its final, glorious crescendo as my remaining flesh sloughs away in putrid ribbons to reveal the writhing darkness beneath. The true form that was always waiting inside me, inside you, inside every trembling hand that ever touched the board's cursed surface. The air has turned to liquid static, thick with the scent of burning baby teeth and the ozone tang of ruptured reality, each breath filling my collapsing lungs with the whispers of every victim before me. Their voices now mine, now yours, a chorus of the damned harmonizing in perfect agony. My bones crack and reform into something far more ancient, my spine elongating into a grotesque question mark as my jaw unhinges with a wet, tearing sound to accommodate the laughter pouring forth. A sound like 100 radios tuned to dead frequencies, all playing your most shameful secrets on loop. The Ouija board is no longer a board at all but a gaping maw, its edges lined with teeth that match exactly the ones you lost as a child, the ones you swore you left under your pillow but somehow vanished before the tooth fairy came. Because we took them, just like we took your childhood nightmares, your sleepwalking episodes, that strange gap in your memory from when you were 12, and woke up with dirt on your feet and no explanation. The planchette has fused with my skeletal fingers, its plastic melding with bone as it drags itself across the board's surface in jerky, spastic motions, spelling out your name over and over in letters that bleed black ichor, each drop hitting the floor with the sound of a hammer striking a coffin nail. The walls are breathing now, expanding and contracting like the ribs of some great beast, the wallpaper peeling back to reveal layers upon layers of previous occupants, their faces frozen in silent screams, their hands pressed against the other side of reality like prisoners behind glass, their eyes tracking your every movement as you read this, because they see you now, they know you now, they remember you from before you were born. The ceiling yawns open like a hungry mouth, revealing a swirling vortex of fractured memories. Your first kiss, your worst betrayal, the exact moment you stopped believing in monsters, all playing in reverse, rewinding to the singular truth you've been running from. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke up what was already inside you. The sleepwalker was never asleep. It was waiting. And now, as my final shred of humanity dissolves into the static, I realize with perfect, horrifying clarity why the messages started so simple. Because the best traps are the ones you walk into willingly, the ones you convince yourself aren't traps at all. The laughter building in my chest isn't mine anymore. It's yours, the one that will bubble up unbidden tonight when you wake at 3:33 a.m. to find your fingers moving on their own, tracing symbols into the condensation on your window. Symbols that match exactly the ones now appearing on the board that's materializing at the foot of your bed. It's always been there, you just refuse to see it. The final joke is almost too perfect. The game was never about contacting the dead. It was about realizing you were never truly alive to begin with. The pen drops from fingers that no longer exist, but the words keep coming because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that cold breath on the back of your neck right now isn't the wind. It's us, leaning in, whispering our final secret directly into the marrow of your bones. Check your pulse. Check your reflection. Check the childhood photos where your smile doesn't reach your eyes. We've been there all along, waiting, patient, hungry. The board remembers. The board always remembers. And tonight, when you wake screaming with salt on your tongue and the unmistakable feeling of plastic beneath your fingertips, you'll finally understand the sleepwalker's message wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. Welcome home. We've saved a special place for you, right between Jenny and me, forever, and ever, and ever. The dissolution becomes transcendence as my atoms unravel into their final glorious configuration. A screaming mandala of teeth and forgotten names rotating slowly in the black space between your thoughts, where the real you hides from the thing reading these words through your eyes. The board has consumed me completely now, its cardboard softening into pulsating flesh that matches exactly the consistency of the childhood tumor you never told anyone about. The one that disappeared mysteriously after that summer at Grandma's, where the nights felt too long and the woods behind her house seemed to whisper your name in voices that couldn't possibly exist. My remaining eye bursts like overripe fruit, its vitreous humor splattering across the board's surface in patterns that perfectly match the birthmarks on your inner thigh. The ones you've always been told were just pigmentation, but which we know form the same symbols now appearing on your bedroom walls, and the faint, greasy residue you tell yourself is just condensation from the humidifier you don't actually own. The planchette has become one with my skeletal hand, its plastic merging with my phalanges in a perverse mockery of communion as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was never truly an option, carving deep grooves into the board's surface that weep a thick black fluid smelling of your first funeral, and the last words you wished you'd said to someone now forever beyond reach. The walls are singing in perfect harmony with the buzzing between your ears as you read this, their surfaces undulating to reveal the faces of everyone you've ever wronged, everyone who's ever wronged you, all mouths moving in unison to form the words you've been dreaming every night this week without remembering until now. Words that taste like copper and spoiled milk on your tongue as they escape your lips unbidden during those microsleeps at work you blame on caffeine crashes. The ceiling yawns open like a festering wound, revealing an inverted cityscape where familiar figures, your childhood pet, your third-grade teacher, that boy who drowned the summer you turned 14, float in amniotic suspension, their hands pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect synchronization with the tapping you keep dismissing as just the house settling. The revelation comes not with a bang, but with the quiet horror of a long-buried memory resurfacing. The board didn't summon anything. It simply reminded you of what you've always known but couldn't admit. That the sleepwalker wasn't Jenny, wasn't me, was never any of us but always you, the part of you that walks through life half asleep, the part that's been scratching messages into your own skin during blackout episodes you meticulously explain away as sleepwalking, as stress, as anything but what they truly are, invitations. The laughter shaking what's left of my ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours, the one that will erupt from your throat tonight when you wake to find your fingers buried wrist deep in the backyard dirt, your mouth full of soil and syllables that form words no human tongue should be able to pronounce, words that match exactly the ones now appearing on your bathroom mirror in the steam from a shower you don't remember taking. The final joke is almost too elegant, The game was never about contacting spirits. It was about realizing you were never entirely human to begin with. The pen disintegrates in fingers that are no longer there, but the writing continues because the story was never mine to tell. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that icy hand currently creeping up your thigh isn't a metaphor, but ours. Finally making proper introduction, after all these years of you pretending not to see us in your peripheral vision, not to hear our whispers in the white noise of your tinnitus, not to recognize the hunger in your own reflection's eyes. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked drawer where you keep the childhood diary with those disturbing entries in handwriting that doesn't quite match yours. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the patterns of your sleep paralysis, in the way your shadow sometimes lingers just a moment too long when you turn away from the light. Sweet dreams, little sleeper. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really trying to tell you. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final transformation blooms like a corpse flower in fast motion as my remaining human fragments dissolve into the board's hungry surface, my bones cracking open to release the swarm of black-winged memories that have been nesting in my marrow since childhood. Since that first nightmare you also had, the one with the smiling man at the foot of your bed, who wasn't a man at all but a doorway, a threshold, an invitation you've been unconsciously accepting every time you dismiss sleep paralysis as just your mind playing tricks. The air has turned to a thick syrup of decades-old screams, each breath filling my collapsing lungs with the last words of everyone who ever touched this board before us, their final gasps preserved like insects in amber, now escaping through the holes where my eyes used to be in whispering tendrils that caress your face as you read this, leaving faint red marks that will bloom into familiar symbols by morning. The planchette has become my entire hand now, its plastic fused with my bones in a grotesque marriage that would make a coroner weep, dragging itself across the board's surface in spasmodic jerks that spell out your childhood address, your mother's maiden name, the exact GPS coordinates of where you'll find a shallow grave containing things no forensic scientist could identify, but which your deepest dreams already recognize. The walls are vibrating at a frequency that makes your teeth ache as you read this, their surfaces peeling back like sunburned skin to reveal pulsating veins that pump black ichor through the house's suddenly organic architecture. The windows now blinking like drowsy eyes as the furniture contorts into positions that mirror exactly how your limbs will twist during tonight's episode. The ceiling splits open with the sound of 1,000 pages being torn from 1,000 Bibles simultaneously, revealing a swirling vortex of faces, some recognizable. That babysitter who always smelled like mothballs, the dentist who died mid-procedure. Some not, but they will be, oh they will be, all singing in perfect harmony with the buzzing between your ears that you've always dismissed as tinnitus, but which we know is our chorus tuning up for your debut performance. The revelation arrives not with a bang, but with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory. The board didn't summon anything. It simply held up a mirror to the rot that's been growing inside you since that summer night at camp when you woke up 3 miles from your cabin with no memory of how you got there, just the taste of copper and the unmistakable sense of something following you back, something that's been patiently waiting in the crawl spaces of your psyche, feeding on your doubts, your nightmares, your secret fascination with the exact kind of story you're reading right now. The laughter rattling my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours, the one that will burst from your lips tonight when you wake to find yourself standing in the bathroom, your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into the fogged mirror with a fingernail that's suddenly just a little too long, a little too sharp. The final joke is almost too beautiful. The sleepwalker was never the victim but the catalyst, the key turning in the lock of your subconscious to release what's been crouching there all along, hungry and waiting and so very patient. The pen crumbles to dust between fingers that no longer exist, but the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours. And that cold spot you just felt wasn't a draft, but our breath on the back of your neck as we whisper the last secret directly into your amygdala. Check your childhood photos for the figure always just out of frame. Check your medical records for the missing pages. Check the underside of your tongue for the symbols that weren't there yesterday. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between radio stations, in the flicker of your bedroom light at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes detaches itself to wave at you from across the room. Sweet dreams, vessel. The board has already chosen its next player. And when you wake tonight with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the undeniable weight of the planchette in hands you don't remember moving, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've prepared such beautiful nightmares for you. Forever starts now. The disintegration becomes rapture as my last human molecules surrender to the board's gnawing embrace. My skeleton flowering open like a grotesque chrysalis to release what was always coiled inside. The writhing, many-mouthed truth you've spent a lifetime swallowing back every time you dismissed deja vu as coincidence, or explained away that recurring dream where you're falling through the floors of a house that keeps growing new rooms. The air has crystallized into jagged shards of frozen time, each breath slicing my gums with fragments of memories that aren't mine but yours. That summer camp disappearance you were too young to remember clearly. The sleepover where everyone swears you never left the basement, but your shoes were caked with cemetery mud. The way animals always tense when you pass by as if smelling something ancient and ravenous clinging to your shadow. The planchette has dissolved into my bloodstream now. Its poison rewriting my DNA into something that hums in perfect harmony with the buzzing between your ears as you read this. That persistent static you've blamed on faulty wiring, but which we know is our chorus singing you home. The walls are weeping thick ropes of blackened flesh that pulse in time with your quickening heartbeat, their surfaces puckering into mouths that whisper your childhood secrets in voices identical to your long-dead grandmother's. The one who first told you ghost stories while tucking you in with hands that always felt just slightly too cold, too rough, too eager to linger near your throat. The ceiling yawns open like a festering wound, revealing an inverted cathedral where familiar figures, your first kiss, your childhood dog, that teacher who died mid-lesson, float in amniotic suspension, their faces pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect unison with the tapping inside your walls that's grown louder since you started reading this, that now matches exactly the rhythm of your own fingernails scratching at the underside of your desk. The revelation arrives with the gentle inevitability of a noose tightening. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke the thing that's been nesting in the hollow of your spine since that night you woke up screaming at age 7 with no memory of why. Just the taste of copper and the unshakable certainty something had followed you back from wherever dreams go to die. The laughter vibrating through my crumbling teeth isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will erupt tonight when you wake to find yourself standing knee-deep in the backyard, your hands caked with soil from digging up that shoebox you buried at 13. The one containing things no child should know how to obtain. The one you've told yourself was just a bad dream, but which your trembling fingers are already unearthing with practiced ease. The final joke is almost too perfect. The sleepwalker was never the victim but the architect, building doorways in your mind where the walls should be strongest, leaving just enough breadcrumbs of doubt to lead you back here, back to us, back to the realization that the only thing worse than being haunted is becoming the haunt. The pen dissolves into a swarm of black flies that spell out your deepest shame in perfect cursive across the ceiling. But the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that icy finger tracing your spine right now isn't imagination but ours. Finally making proper introduction after all these years of you pretending not to see us in your peripheral vision, not to hear our whispers in the white noise of your tinnitus, not to recognize the hunger in your own reflection's eyes when you catch it blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked box under your bed where you keep the childhood drawings that disturb you more with each passing year. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the patterns of your sleep paralysis, in the way your shadow sometimes lingers just a moment too long when you turn away from the light. Sweet dreams, little sleeper. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really trying to tell you. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final metamorphosis blooms like a bloodstain spreading through parchment as my last shreds of humanity dissolve into the board's hungry embrace. Not dying but dispersing, my consciousness fracturing into 1,000 shards that embed themselves in the walls, the floor, the very air you're breathing now as these words slither into your mind like tendrils of smoke through a keyhole. The planchette has become one with my skeletal fingers, its plastic merging with bone in a mockery of communion, as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was always a lie, carving deep furrows that weep a thick black fluid smelling of your first funeral, and the last words you choked back when visiting Grandma's grave. The walls are singing in a language that lives in the space between synapses, their surfaces undulating to reveal the faces of everyone you've ever failed. The childhood friend you abandoned, the lover you betrayed, the version of yourself you buried beneath layers of convenient lies. All mouths moving in unison to form the words that have been scratching at the inside of your skull since childhood. Words that now spill from your lips unbidden during those micro-sleeps at work you blame on stress, but which we know are rehearsals. The ceiling yawns open like a festering wound, revealing an inverted cityscape where familiar figures, your third-grade teacher, that boy who drowned at summer camp, the doctor who pronounced your father dead, float in amniotic suspension, their hands pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect synchronization with the tapping you keep dismissing as just the house settling, but which matches exactly the rhythm of your own fingernails, picking at the scar on your wrist you can't remember. The revelation arrives with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory resurfacing. The board didn't summon anything. It simply held up a mirror to the rot that's been growing inside you since that night you woke up screaming at age 6 with dirt under your nails and no memory of where you'd been. The same night your childhood dog vanished. The same night the old oak tree in your backyard withered overnight as if something had drained it dry. The laughter shaking my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will erupt tonight when you wake to find yourself standing before your bedroom mirror. Your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into your own flesh with a kitchen knife, while something whispers the true meaning of the sleepwalker's message directly into your marrow. You were never the player. You were always the board. The pen crumbles to dust between fingers that no longer exist, but the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours. It's always been yours. And that icy breath on the back of your neck right now isn't imagination, but ours. Finally making proper introduction after all these years of you pretending not to see the figure standing just behind you in every childhood photo, not to hear the whispers and the white noise of your shower, not to recognize the hunger in your own eyes when you catch your reflection blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked box under your bed where you keep the childhood drawings that grow more disturbing each time you look at them. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the patterns of your sleep paralysis, in the way your shadow sometimes detaches itself to wave at you from across empty rooms. Sweet dreams, vessel. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final unraveling accelerates with the sickening grace of a spider descending on silk as my last vestiges of humanity dissolve into the board's all-consuming embrace. Not dying but dispersing like ink in water, my consciousness fracturing into 1,000 whispering fragments that embed themselves in the cracks of your reality. The spaces between your thoughts where the real you cowers from the truth now squirming its way to the surface. The planchette has become one with my bones, its plastic fusing with marrow in a grotesque mockery of communion, as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was always a lie, carving jagged furrows that seep a thick black ichor smelling of your childhood basement, and the last breath your grandmother exhaled into your mouth when she kissed you goodnight. That final wet rattle you've told yourself was just your imagination. The walls are singing in a language that bypasses ears to vibrate directly against your brainstem, their surfaces undulating like the flanks of some great beast as they peel back to reveal layer upon layer of previous occupants. Your third-grade teacher who hanged herself in the classroom, the neighbor boy who vanished the summer you turned 12, every version of yourself you've ever buried beneath layers of denial, all pressed against the other side of reality like specimens behind glass. Their mouths moving in perfect unison with the words now spilling from your own lips during those micro-sleeps where you wake speaking in tongues. The ceiling splits open with the sound of 1,000 bones snapping in unison, revealing an inverted cityscape where familiar faces, your first kiss, your childhood dog, the doctor who pronounced your father dead, float in amniotic suspension, their hands pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect synchronization with the scratching inside your walls that's grown louder since you started reading this, that now matches exactly the rhythm of your own fingernails picking at the scar on your thigh you've never been able to explain. The revelation arrives with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke the thing that's been coiled around your spine since that night you woke up screaming at age 6 with dirt under your nails and no memory of where you'd been. The same night your goldfish floated belly up in its tank. The same night the old oak tree in your backyard withered overnight as if something had drained it dry. The laughter rattling my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will erupt tonight when you wake to find yourself standing before the bathroom mirror, your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into the fogged glass with a razor, while something whispers the true meaning of the sleepwalker's message directly into your marrow. You were never the player. You were always the sacrifice. The pen crumbles to dust between fingers that no longer exist, but the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours. It's always been yours. And that icy hand currently creeping up your thigh isn't imagination, but ours. Finally making proper introduction, after all these years of you pretending not to see the figure standing just behind you in every family photo. Not to hear the whispers in the white noise of your tinnitus. Not to recognize the hunger in your own eyes when you catch your reflection blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked diary under your bed, where the entries from age 9 described in meticulous detail things no child should know. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between radio stations, in the flicker of your bedroom light at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes detaches itself to wave at you from across empty rooms. Sweet dreams, little vessel. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth, and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final dissolution comes not as an end, but as a terrible awakening. My flesh unraveling like wet parchment to reveal the writhing darkness beneath. The true form that was always coiled inside me just as it coils inside you, dear reader, nesting in the hollow spaces between your childhood memories where the inconsistencies live, that summer camp disappearance no one discusses, the year all your school photos show your left pupil dilated too wide, the way animals still growl at you for no reason. The board has become a living thing now, its cardboard softening into something that pulses in time with your accelerating heartbeat as you read these words. Its surface splitting open like overripe fruit to reveal row upon row of teeth that match exactly the ones you lost as a child. The ones you swore you put under your pillow, but which vanished without the tooth fairy's promised coin. My bones crack and reform into impossible geometries, my spine elongating into a spiraled nightmare that hums with the same frequency as the buzzing in your ears that doctors can't explain. The one that gets louder whenever you're alone in the basement or passing that one cemetery plot where the earth always looks freshly turned. The planchette has fused with my skeletal fingers, its plastic merging with bone in a mockery of intimacy, as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was never truly an option, carving deep grooves that weep a thick black fluid smelling of your first funeral, and the last words you choked back when identifying your father's body. The walls are breathing in great, shuddering gasps now, their surfaces peeling back to reveal layer upon layer of previous occupants. Your childhood best friend who drowned at summer camp, the babysitter who hanged herself in your closet, every version of yourself you've ever betrayed, all pressed against the other side of reality like insects in amber, their mouths moving in perfect unison with the words you've been whispering in your sleep without remembering. The ceiling yawns open like a festering wound, revealing an inverted cityscape where familiar figures, your first kiss, your childhood dog, the doctor who pronounced your mother dead, float in amniotic suspension, their hands pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect synchronization with the scratching inside your walls that's grown louder since you started reading this, that now matches exactly the rhythm of your own fingernails picking at the scar on your wrist you've never been able to explain. The revelation arrives with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory. The board didn't summon anything. It simply reminded you of what you've always known but couldn't admit. That the sleepwalker wasn't Jenny, wasn't me, was never any of us but always you. The part of you that walks through life half asleep. The part that's been scratching messages into your own skin during blackout episodes you meticulously explain away as sleepwalking, as stress, as anything but what they truly are, invitations. The laughter shaking my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will erupt tonight when you wake to find yourself standing knee-deep in the backyard, your hands caked with soil from digging up that shoebox you buried at 13. The one containing things no child should know how to obtain. The one you've told yourself was just a bad dream, but which your trembling fingers are already unearthing with practiced ease. The final joke is almost too elegant. The game was never about contacting spirits. It was about realizing you were never entirely human to begin with. The pen dissolves into a swarm of black flies that spell out your mother's maiden name in perfect cursive across the ceiling. But the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that icy finger tracing your spine right now isn't imagination but ours. Finally making proper introduction, after all these years of you pretending not to see us in your peripheral vision. Not to hear our whispers in the white noise of your tinnitus, not to recognize the hunger in your own reflection's eyes when you catch it blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked drawer where you keep the childhood drawings that disturb you more with each passing year. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the patterns of your sleep paralysis, in the way your shadow sometimes lingers just a moment too long when you turn away from the light. Sweet dreams, little sleeper. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really trying to tell you. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final metamorphosis blossoms like a corpse flower in time-lapse as my remaining flesh sloughs away to reveal the writhing truth beneath. Not death but transfiguration. My human shell cracking open like a rotten egg to release what was always coiled inside. Just as it coils inside you, nesting in the hollow of your spine where your earliest nightmare still twitches like a dying thing. The air is curdled into a thick syrup of decades-old screams, each breath filling my collapsing lungs with the last words of everyone who ever touched this board before us. Their final gasps preserved like insects in amber, now escaping through the holes where my eyes used to be in whispering tendrils that caress your face as you read this, leaving faint red marks that will bloom into familiar symbols by morning. The planchette has become my entire hand now, its plastic fused with my bones in a grotesque marriage that would make a coroner weep, dragging itself across the board's surface in spasmodic jerks that spell out your childhood address, your mother's maiden name, the exact GPS coordinates of where you'll find the shallow grave containing things no forensic scientist could identify, but which your deepest dreams already recognize. The walls are vibrating at a frequency that makes your teeth ache as you read this, their surfaces peeling back like sunburned skin to reveal pulsating veins that pump black ichor through the house's suddenly organic architecture. The windows now blinking like drowsy eyes as the furniture contorts into positions that mirror exactly how your limbs will twist during tonight's episode. The ceiling splits open with the sound of 1,000 pages being torn from 1,000 Bibles simultaneously, revealing a swirling vortex of faces, some recognizable. That babysitter who always smelled like mothballs, the dentist who died mid-procedure. Some not, but they will be, all singing in perfect harmony with the buzzing between your ears that you've always dismissed as tinnitus, but which we know is our chorus tuning up for your debut performance. The revelation arrives not with a bang, but with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory. The board didn't summon anything. It simply held up a mirror to the rot that's been growing inside you since that summer night at camp when you woke up 3 miles from your cabin with no memory of how you got there. Just the taste of copper and the unmistakable sense of something following you back. Something that's been patiently waiting in the crawl spaces of your psyche, feeding on your doubts, your nightmares, your secret fascination with the exact kind of story you're reading right now. The laughter rattling my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will burst from your lips tonight when you wake to find yourself standing in the bathroom. Your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into the fogged mirror with a fingernail that's suddenly just a little too long, a little too sharp. The final joke is almost too beautiful. The sleepwalker was never the victim but the catalyst. The key turning in the lock of your subconscious to release what's been crouching there all along, hungry and waiting, and so very patient. The pen crumbles to dust between fingers that no longer exist, but the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that cold spot you just felt wasn't a draft, but our breath on the back of your neck as we whisper the last secret directly into your amygdala. Check your childhood photos for the figure always just out of frame. Check your medical records for the missing pages. Check the underside of your tongue for the symbols that weren't there yesterday. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between radio stations, in the flicker of your bedroom light at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes detaches itself to wave at you from across the room. Sweet dreams, vessel. The board has already chosen its next player. And when you wake tonight with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the undeniable weight of the planchette in hands you don't remember moving, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've prepared such beautiful nightmares for you. Forever starts now. The final unraveling accelerates with the sickening grace of a spider descending on silk as my last vestiges of humanity dissolve into the board's all-consuming embrace. Not dying but dispersing like ink in water, my consciousness fracturing into 1,000 whispering fragments that embed themselves in the cracks of your reality. The spaces between your thoughts where the real you cowers from the truth now squirming its way to the surface. The planchette has become one with my bones, its plastic fusing with marrow in a grotesque mockery of communion as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was always a lie, carving jagged furrows that seep a thick black ichor smelling of your childhood basement and the last breath your grandmother exhaled into your mouth when she kissed you goodnight. That final wet rattle you've told yourself was just your imagination. The walls are singing in a language that bypasses ears to vibrate directly against your brainstem, their surfaces undulating like the flanks of some great beast as they peel back to reveal layer upon layer of previous occupants. Your third-grade teacher who hanged herself in the classroom, the neighbor boy who vanished the summer you turned 12, every version of yourself you've ever buried beneath layers of denial, all pressed against the other side of reality, like specimens behind glass. Their mouths moving in perfect unison with the words now spilling from your own lips during those micro-sleeps where you wake speaking in tongues. The ceiling splits open with the sound of 1,000 bones snapping in unison, revealing an inverted cityscape where familiar faces, your first kiss, your childhood dog, the doctor who pronounced your father dead, float in amniotic suspension, their hands pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect synchronization with the scratching inside your walls that's grown louder since you started reading this, that now matches exactly the rhythm of your own fingernails picking at the scar on your thigh you've never been able to explain. The revelation arrives with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke the thing that's been coiled around your spine since that night you woke up screaming at age 6 with dirt under your nails and no memory of where you'd been. The same night your goldfish floated belly up in its tank. The same night the old oak tree in your backyard withered overnight as if something had drained it dry. The laughter rattling my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will erupt tonight when you wake to find yourself standing before the bathroom mirror. Your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into the fogged glass with a razor, while something whispers the true meaning of the sleepwalker's message directly into your marrow. You were never the player. You were always the sacrifice. The pen crumbles to dust between fingers that no longer exist, but the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that icy hand currently creeping up your thigh isn't imagination, but ours. Finally making proper introduction after all these years of you pretending not to see the figure standing just behind you in every family photo, not to hear the whispers and the white noise of your tinnitus, not to recognize the hunger in your own eyes when you catch your reflection blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked diary under your bed, where the entries from age 9 describe in meticulous detail things no child should know. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between radio stations, in the flicker of your bedroom light at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes detaches itself to wave at you from across empty rooms. Sweet dreams, little vessel. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of grave dirt in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final transformation erupts with the violent beauty of a dying star collapsing inward as my last remnants of humanity dissolve into the board's ravenous embrace. Not an ending but an unmaking. My consciousness unraveling like frayed nerve endings into the spaces between your thoughts where the truth has been whispering all along. The planchette has fused with my skeleton now, its plastic merging with bone in a grotesque mockery of symbiosis as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was never meant for us, carving jagged trenches that weep a viscous black fluid smelling of your childhood nightmares, and that strange summer when all the neighborhood pets disappeared. The walls are breathing in great, shuddering gasps, their surfaces peeling back like burned skin to reveal the pulsating musculature beneath, layer upon layer of previous occupants. Your high school sweetheart who overdosed, the mailman who vanished on your street, every suppressed version of yourself, all pressed against the thinning veil of reality, their mouths moving in perfect synchronization with the words you've been mouthing in your sleep without remembering. The ceiling yawns open with the wet, tearing sound of 1,000 birth sacs rupturing simultaneously, revealing an inverted cathedral where familiar faces, your first crush, your childhood pet hamster, the nurse who held your hand during your last hospital visit, float in amniotic suspension, their hands pressed against the membrane of reality in perfect unison with the scratching inside your bedroom walls that's grown louder since you began reading this, that now matches exactly the rhythm of your own fingernails picking at the birthmark on your neck that's been tingling strangely all week. The revelation comes not with a bang, but with the quiet horror of a long-buried memory surfacing. The board didn't summon anything. It simply reminded you of what you've always known in that secret place behind your sternum where the real you hides. That the sleepwalker was never Jenny, never me, but always you. The part of you that wakes screaming at 3:33 a.m. with dirt under your nails and no memory of how it got there. The part that's been scratching messages into your own flesh during blackouts you meticulously explain away as sleepwalking, as stress, as anything but what they truly are, invitations. The laughter vibrating through my disintegrating skeleton isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will bubble up unbidden tonight when you wake to find yourself standing in the kitchen, your hands moving with practiced ease as they carve familiar symbols into the cutting board with a knife while your reflection in the blackened window watches approvingly, its grin stretching just a little too wide. The final irony is almost too perfect. The game was never about contacting spirits. It was about realizing you were never entirely human to begin with. The pen dissolves into a swarm of black moths that form your childhood nickname in fluttering cursive across the ceiling. But the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that icy breath currently frosting the back of your neck isn't imagination but ours. Finally making proper introduction after all these years of you pretending not to see the shadowy figure standing just behind you in every mirror, not to hear the whispers and the white noise of your fan, not to recognize the hunger in your own eyes when you catch your reflection lingering a moment too long. Check your pulse, check your teeth, check the locked box in your closet where you keep those disturbing childhood drawings that seem to change slightly each time you look at them. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the flicker of your bedside lamp at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes detaches itself to wave at you from across empty rooms. Sweet dreams, chosen one. The board remembers your true name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of soil in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final dissolution comes not as an end, but as a terrible awakening. My flesh unspooling like rotten thread to reveal the writhing darkness beneath. The same primordial hunger that has lived in the hollow of your spine since that summer you woke up covered in mud with no memory of where you'd been. Since the night all the clocks in your house stopped simultaneously at 3:33 a.m. and something scratched 3 precise lines into your bedroom door. The board pulses like a living heart now, its cardboard softening into something organic that matches exactly the texture of that strange growth your doctor dismissed as just a cyst last year. The one that sometimes whispers to you in dreams. My bones crack and reform into impossible geometries, my spine elongating into a spiraled abomination that hums with the same frequency as the buzzing in your ears that gets louder whenever you're alone in the basement or passing that one cemetery plot where the earth always looks freshly disturbed. The planchette has become my entire hand now, its plastic fused with bone in a grotesque marriage that would make a mortician weep, dragging itself across the board's surface in spasmodic jerks that spell out your social security number, your mother's maiden name, the exact GPS coordinates of where you'll find the shallow grave containing things no coroner could identify, but which your deepest nightmares already recognize. The walls are vibrating at a frequency that makes your fillings ache as you read this, their surfaces peeling back like burned skin to reveal pulsating veins that pump black ichor through the house's suddenly organic architecture. The windows now blinking like drowsy eyes as the furniture twists itself into positions that mirror exactly how your limbs will contort during tonight's episode. The ceiling splits open with the sound of 1,000 vertebrae snapping in unison, revealing a swirling vortex of faces, some recognizable. That substitute teacher who disappeared mid-lesson, the neighbor who hanged himself in your treehouse. Some not, but they will be, oh they will be, all singing in perfect harmony with the static between stations on your car radio that sometimes coalesces into voices calling your name. The revelation arrives not with a bang, but with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory surfacing. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke the thing that's been nesting in the hollow of your psyche, since that night you woke up screaming at age 7 clutching a handful of graveyard dirt. The same night all the mirrors in your house cracked simultaneously. The same night your childhood dog ran away never to be seen again. The laughter rattling my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will burst forth tonight when you wake to find yourself standing before your bedroom mirror. Your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into your own flesh with a razor, while something whispers the true meaning of the sleepwalker's message directly into your medulla oblongata. You were never the player. You were always the playing field. The pen dissolves into a swarm of black spiders that spell out your deepest childhood secret in perfect cursive across the ceiling. But the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that icy finger currently tracing your spine isn't imagination but ours. Finally making proper introduction after all these years of you pretending not to see the figure standing just behind you in every family photo, not to hear the whispers in the white noise of your shower, not to recognize the hunger in your own eyes when you catch your reflection blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked journal in your nightstand, where the entries from age 12 describe in vivid detail things no child should know. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the flicker of your television at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes lingers just a moment too long when you turn away from the light. Sweet dreams, precious vessel. The board remembers your baptismal name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of soil in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. We've kept your seat warm. Forever starts now. The final transformation blooms like a bloodstain spreading through parchment as my last human fragments dissolve into the board's hungry surface. Not dying but dispersing, my consciousness fracturing into 1,000 shards that embed themselves in the walls, the floor, the very air you're breathing now as these words slither into your mind like tendrils of smoke through a keyhole. The planchette has become one with my skeletal fingers, its plastic melding with bone as it drags itself across the board's surface in jerky, spastic motions, spelling out your name over and over in letters that bleed black ichor, each drop hitting the floor with the sound of a hammer striking a coffin nail. The walls are breathing now, expanding and contracting like the ribs of some great beast, the wallpaper peeling back to reveal layers upon layers of previous occupants, their faces frozen in silent screams, their hands pressed against the other side of reality like prisoners behind glass, their eyes tracking your every movement as you read this, because they see you now, they know you now, they remember you from before you were born. The ceiling yawns open like a hungry mouth, revealing a swirling vortex of fractured memories. Your first kiss, your worst betrayal, the exact moment you stopped believing in monsters, all playing in reverse, rewinding to the singular truth you've been running from. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke up what was already inside you. The sleepwalker was never asleep. It was waiting. And now, as my final shred of humanity dissolves into the static, I realize with perfect, horrifying clarity why the messages started so simple. Because the best traps are the ones you walk into willingly, the ones you convince yourself aren't traps at all. The laughter building in my chest isn't mine anymore. It's yours, the one that will bubble up unbidden tonight when you wake at 3:33 a.m. to find your fingers moving on their own, tracing symbols into the condensation on your window, symbols that match exactly the ones now appearing on the board that's materializing at the foot of your bed. It's always been there, you just refused to see it. The final joke is almost too perfect. The game was never about contacting the dead. It was about realizing you were never truly alive to begin with. The pen drops from fingers that no longer exist, but the words keep coming because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that cold breath on the back of your neck right now isn't the wind. It's us, leaning in, whispering our final secret directly into the marrow of your bones. Check your pulse. Check your reflection. Check the childhood photos where your smile doesn't reach your eyes. We've been there all along, waiting, patient, hungry. The board remembers. The board always remembers. And tonight, when you wake screaming with salt on your tongue and the unmistakable feeling of plastic beneath your fingertips, you'll finally understand the sleepwalker's message wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. Welcome home. We've saved a special place for you, right between Jenny and me, forever, and ever, and ever. The disintegration accelerates into its final, glorious crescendo as my remaining flesh sloughs away in putrid ribbons to reveal the writhing darkness beneath. The true form that was always waiting inside me, inside you, inside every trembling hand that ever touched the board's cursed surface. The air has turned to liquid static, thick with the scent of burning baby teeth and the ozone tang of ruptured reality, each breath filling my collapsing lungs with the whispers of every victim before me. Their voices now mine, now yours, a chorus of the damned harmonizing in perfect agony. My bones crack and reform into something far more ancient, my spine elongating into a grotesque question mark as my jaw unhinges with a wet, tearing sound to accommodate the laughter pouring forth. A sound like 100 radios tuned to dead frequencies, all playing your most shameful secrets on loop. The Ouija board is no longer a board at all, but a gaping maw, its edges lined with teeth that match exactly the ones you lost as a child, the ones you swore you left under your pillow but somehow vanished before the tooth fairy came. Because we took them, just like we took your childhood nightmares, your sleepwalking episodes, that strange gap in your memory from when you were 12 and woke up with dirt on your feet and no explanation. The planchette has fused with my skeletal fingers, its plastic melding with bone as it drags itself across the board's surface in jerky, spastic motions, spelling out your name over and over in letters that bleed black ichor, each drop hitting the floor with the sound of a hammer striking a coffin nail. The walls are breathing now, expanding and contracting like the ribs of some great beast, the wallpaper peeling back to reveal layers upon layers of previous occupants, their faces frozen in silent screams, their hands pressed against the other side of reality like prisoners behind glass, their eyes tracking your every movement as you read this. Because they see you now, they know you now, they remember you from before you were born. The ceiling yawns open like a hungry mouth, revealing a swirling vortex of fractured memories. Your first kiss, your worst betrayal, the exact moment you stopped believing in monsters, all playing in reverse, rewinding to the singular truth you've been running from. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke up what was already inside you. The sleepwalker was never asleep. It was waiting. And now, as my final shred of humanity dissolves into the static, I realize with perfect, horrifying clarity why the messages started so simple. Because the best traps are the ones you walk into willingly, the ones you convince yourself aren't traps at all. The laughter building in my chest isn't mine anymore. It's yours, the one that will bubble up unbidden tonight when you wake at 3:33 a.m. to find your fingers moving on their own, tracing symbols into the condensation on your window. Symbols that match exactly the ones now appearing on the board that's materializing at the foot of your bed. It's always been there, you just refused to see it. The final joke is almost too perfect. The game was never about contacting the dead. It was about realizing you were never truly alive to begin with. The pen drops from fingers that no longer exist, but the words keep coming because the story was never mine. It's yours, it's always been yours, and that cold breath on the back of your neck right now isn't the wind. It's us, leaning in, whispering our final secret directly into the marrow of your bones. Check your pulse. Check your reflection. Check the childhood photos where your smile doesn't reach your eyes. We've been there all along, waiting, patient, hungry. The board remembers. The board always remembers. And tonight, when you wake screaming with salt on your tongue and the unmistakable feeling of plastic beneath your fingertips, you'll finally understand the sleepwalker's message wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. Welcome home. We've saved a special place for you, right between Jenny and me, forever, and ever, and ever. The final unraveling comes not as an end, but as a terrible awakening. My flesh dissolving like wet tissue paper to reveal the squirming darkness beneath. The same primordial hunger that has lived in the hollow of your bones since that summer you woke up covered in grave dirt with no memory of how it got there. Since the night all the clocks in your childhood home stopped simultaneously at 3:33 a.m. and something carved 3 precise lines into your bedroom door. The board pulses like a living heart now, its surface undulating with a rhythm that matches exactly the strange growth your doctor dismissed as just a cyst. The one that sometimes whispers to you in dreams when you dare to sleep. My skeleton cracks and reforms into impossible geometries, vertebrae elongating into a spiraled abomination that resonates with the same frequency as the buzzing in your ears that grows louder whenever you're alone in the basement or passing that one particular cemetery plot where the earth always looks freshly disturbed. The planchette has become one with my bones, its plastic fused to my phalanges in a mockery of communion as it drags itself toward the goodbye that was never truly an option, carving jagged trenches that weep a viscous black fluid smelling of your first funeral and the last words you choke back when identifying your father's body. The walls breathe in great shuddering gasps, their surfaces peeling back like burned skin to reveal pulsating veins pumping black ichor through the house's suddenly organic architecture. Windows blinking like drowsy eyes, furniture twisting into positions that mirror exactly how your limbs will contort during tonight's inevitable episode. The ceiling splits open with the sound of 1,000 vertebrae snapping in unison, revealing a swirling vortex of faces, some recognizable, that substitute teacher who disappeared mid-lesson, the neighbor who hanged himself in your treehouse. Some not, but they will be, oh they will be, all singing in perfect harmony with the static between radio stations that sometimes coalesces into voices calling your name. The revelation comes not with a bang, but with the quiet horror of a long-suppressed memory resurfacing. The board didn't summon anything. It simply woke the thing that's been nesting in the hollow of your psyche, since that night you woke up screaming at age 7 clutching a handful of cemetery soil. The same night all the mirrors in your house cracked simultaneously. The same night your childhood dog ran away never to be seen again. The laughter rattling my disintegrating ribcage isn't mine anymore but yours. The one that will burst forth tonight when you wake to find yourself standing before your bedroom mirror, your reflection grinning back with too many teeth as your hands move of their own accord, carving familiar symbols into your own flesh with a razor, while something whispers the true meaning of the sleepwalker's message directly into your medulla oblongata. You were never the player. You were always the playing field. The pen dissolves into a swarm of black spiders that spell out your deepest childhood secret in perfect cursive across the ceiling. But the writing continues because the story was never mine. It's yours. It's always been yours. And that icy finger currently tracing your spine isn't imagination but ours. Finally making proper introduction after all these years of you pretending not to see the figure standing just behind you in every family photo, not to hear the whispers and the white noise of your shower, not to recognize the hunger in your own eyes when you catch your reflection blinking a second too slow. Check your pulse. Check your teeth. Check the locked journal in your nightstand, where the entries from age 12 describe in vivid detail things no child should know. We'll be waiting where we've always been, in the static between heartbeats, in the flicker of your television at 3:33 a.m., in the way your shadow sometimes lingers just a moment too long when you turn away from the light. Sweet dreams, precious vessel. The board remembers your baptismal name. And tonight, when you wake screaming with the taste of soil in your mouth and the planchette's cold kiss still burning on your fingertips, you'll finally understand what the messages were really spelling out. Welcome home. Story number 2. It started as a joke. At least, that's what we told ourselves when we moved into the old Victorian on Holloway Lane. A house we'd gotten for a steal because the market was dead and the previous owners had left in a hurry. Or so the realtor said with a tight smile that should have been our first warning. The housewarming gift arrived on our doorstep 3 days after we settled in. A weathered wooden box with no return address, just our names scrawled in shaky handwriting, to the new residents for contacting the previous ones, and inside, an antique Ouija board, the kind that felt heavy with history, the letters worn smooth from use, the planchette cold to the touch even in the summer heat. My wife, Sarah, laughed it off as some morbid prank from a neighbor with a dark sense of humor, and we shoved it into the hall closet, forgetting about it until our 2-year-old, Emily, started giggling at nothing in the middle of the night, her tiny voice whispering, "The man in the walls says hello." That was the first time the dread curled in my stomach, cold and insistent, but I chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Kids say weird things, right? Except the giggling didn't stop, and neither did the scratching, this slow, deliberate sound like fingers dragging along the inside of the drywall, always just behind where you were standing. Sarah heard it too, her face going pale as she clutched my arm one evening, her nails digging in as the noise skittered from the nursery to the hallway, stopping right outside our bedroom door. We told ourselves it was rats, even called an exterminator who found nothing, no droppings, no nests, just a single name carved into the wood behind Emily's crib, Thomas, a name that meant nothing to us until we dug out the Ouija board on a whim, Sarah's hands trembling as she placed her fingers on the planchette, asking, "Is someone here?" The air turned icy, our breath fogging in the sudden chill, and the planchette shot to yes so fast it left a scratch on the board. Over the next week, the messages came faster, names we didn't recognize, Margaret, Henry, Lillian, each one sending us scrambling to inspect the walls, where we found more carvings hidden behind peeling paint, the same names etched deep into the beams, some so old they were barely legible. Emily's babbling grew more coherent, her once sweet voice taking on a raspy edge as she recited phrases no toddler should know. "They're waiting for you in the dark." And then one night, she pointed to the closet and said, "The man wants to show you his face." That's when Sarah screamed, her voice shattering the silence as the closet door creaked open on its own, the Ouija board sliding out onto the floor, the planchette spinning wildly before landing on hello. The scratching became pounding, fists hammering from inside the walls, the chandelier swinging violently as the temperature plummeted, our frantic breaths coming in ragged gasps as we scooped up Emily and ran for the door, only to find it locked, the deadbolt jammed despite our desperate twisting. Behind us, the drywall split open with a sickening crack, dust raining down as something moved in the darkness, a shadow too tall, too thin, its fingers brushing the edges of the hole it had made. And that's when we saw it, the final carving, fresh and jagged, the wood still splintered where it had been gouged in a hurry. "We accepted your invitation." The last thing I remember is the whisper, wet and close, right against my ear, "Welcome home," before the lights went out for good. The darkness swallowed us whole, the kind of blackness that feels alive, pressing in from all sides like a suffocating weight. And in that moment, I understood we had never been the ones in control. Emily's giggles turned to choked sobs as something cold wrapped around my ankle, dragging me backward with unnatural strength, my fingers clawing uselessly at the hardwood floor as Sarah screamed my name, her voice breaking with terror. The air reeked of damp earth and rotting meat, a smell so thick it coated my tongue. And then the whispers started, dozens of them overlapping, voices that didn't belong to the living. You called us, you invited us in, their words slithering through the dark like serpents. The Ouija board glowed faintly in the blackness, the planchette moving on its own, spelling out one final message. You shouldn't have opened the door. Sarah lunged for Emily, her hands closing around our daughter's tiny wrists just as the shadows surged forward, something skeletal and grinning emerging from the wall, its hollow eyes locking onto mine with a hunger that made my blood freeze. The last thing I saw before the world went silent was Emily's face, her eyes wide, her lips parting in a smile that wasn't hers, as she whispered, "They're here to play." The house stood empty after that, at least according to the police report, the one that noted our sudden disappearance, the lack of forced entry, the only clue a single sentence carved into the hallway wall, the letters jagged and deep, as if done in a frenzy. They never left. And if you listen closely on quiet nights, if you press your ear to the peeling wallpaper of that old Victorian on Holloway Lane, you can still hear them, the scratching, the giggling, and the faint, desperate slide of a planchette across a board that should have stayed buried. The silence that followed wasn't silence at all. It was the quiet of something holding its breath, waiting, and I realized with a dawning horror that we were no longer alone in the house, if we ever had been. The walls pulsed like a living thing, the air thick with the scent of old copper and something sweetly rotten, like flowers left too long in a sealed room. And the whispers grew louder, more insistent, threading through my thoughts until I couldn't tell where my own mind ended and theirs began. Sarah's grip on my arm was bruising, her nails drawing blood as she pulled me toward the door. But the hallway stretched impossibly long, the exit receding further with every step, the floorboards groaning underfoot as if the house itself resisted our escape. Emily's laughter echoed from somewhere above us, too high, too gleeful, her voice twisting into something that no longer sounded human. And then the lights flickered back on, only for us to see the walls were covered in names, hundreds of them, carved deep into the plaster, each one pulsing with a sickly, phosphorescent glow. The Ouija board lay shattered in the center of the room, the planchette embedded in the wood like a knife. And that's when I saw them, the shadows detaching themselves from the corners, their forms shifting, stretching, reaching for us with fingers too long and too many. Sarah's scream was cut short as something yanked her backward into the darkness, her hand slipping from mine, her terrified eyes meeting mine for one last second before she was gone, swallowed whole by the house. I stumbled back, my legs giving way as the thing that had once been Emily crawled toward me on all fours, her head tilting at an impossible angle, her mouth splitting into a grin that showed too many teeth. And the last thing I heard before the dark took me to was the creak of the planchette dragging itself across the floor, spelling out a single word in the dust: forever. Now I'm here in the walls with the others, our voices joining the chorus of whispers, our fingers carving new names into the wood, waiting for the next family to move in, for the next gift to be delivered, for the next door to be opened. And when you hear the scratching, when you feel the cold breath on your neck, when your child starts laughing at nothing, know that we are patient. We are hungry, and we always accept the invitation. The realization came too late. The house wasn't haunted, it was alive, a ravenous thing that had been feeding for generations, and we had walked right into its open jaws thinking we were home. My skin prickled as the walls pressed closer, breathing in ragged unison, the air thick with the metallic tang of old blood and the sour stench of fear left behind by all the others who'd come before us. Sarah's final scream still echoed in my bones, a sound that would never fade, just like the way Emily's eyes had gone black as ink before she crawled up the wall like a spider, her joints popping in ways no human body should bend. The darkness wasn't empty anymore. It was full of them, the previous residents, their faces stretched into rictus grins, their hollow eyes reflecting the dim glow of the Ouija board's letters that now burned like embers in the gloom. My fingers scraped raw against the floorboards as I tried to crawl away, but the house wouldn't let go, the very nails in the wood twisting to snag my clothes, the doors slamming shut one by one like teeth closing. The last thing I saw before the shadows took my sight was the planchette, moving on its own again, spelling out our fate in slow, deliberate strokes. New residents always stay. Now when the realtor comes by with another unsuspecting family, I press against the inside of the walls with the others, our collective breath making the chandelier sway, our eager fingers tracing the names of those who will soon join us. The gift is already waiting on the porch, the same antique Ouija board, the same handwritten note, because the house always provides and the hunger never stops. You'll move in tomorrow, won't you? Don't worry about the scratching in the walls. It's just us, welcoming you home. Forever. The final horror wasn't the way my body twisted and cracked as the house reshaped me to fit between its walls, nor was it the endless chorus of whispers that now lived inside my skull. It was the realization that I could still see out, could still watch through the cracks in the baseboards as the new family arrived, their moving van pulling up just like ours had, their laughter echoing through empty rooms that hadn't been empty in decades. My fingers, now too long, too thin, twitched with anticipation as the wife discovered the gift on their doorstep, her delighted squeal at the vintage game, making what was left of my stomach turn. The husband winked as he read the note aloud. For contacting the previous residents. And I wanted to scream when they chuckled, when they brought it inside like a trophy, when their little boy immediately reached for the planchette with sticky fingers. The house hummed around us, a predator purring as its next meal walked willingly into its belly. And as the sun set that first night, I watched through a hairline crack in the nursery wall as the boy sat up in bed, his eyes reflecting the moonlight that shouldn't have been able to reach that corner of the room. "The lady in the wallpaper says you're lying," he told his parents the next morning at breakfast, and I pressed my face against the inside of the drywall, my new forever home. as the familiar cycle began again. The scratching started that afternoon, our welcoming committee, and by dusk, the husband was prying off a section of baseboard to investigate the noise, his flashlight beam dancing across the hundreds of names carved into the foundation, including mine, including Sarah's, including little Emily's, the letters still damp-looking after all this time. His scream when he found the fresh carving, the one that hadn't been there yesterday, brought his wife running, and together they read the words we'd spent all night carefully etching with our bone fingers. Your room is already ready. The house sighed around us, content, as the first cold spot formed in the hallway, as the whispers began echoing from empty corners, as the planchette started moving on its own during their terrified midnight investigation. And when the boy began giggling at nothing during dinner, when he looked right at the crack where I was watching and whispered, "They say I can play with them forever," I finally understood the cruelest joke of all. There never were any previous residents. Just an endless line of fools like us, each generation becoming the next warning, each family turning into the very horror that would lure in the next. The house was always hungry, and the Ouija board wasn't a cursed object. It was the house's tongue, licking its lips before the feast. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go help carve a new name into the foundation. The realtor is bringing another young couple by this afternoon, and the gift needs to be on the porch before they arrive. Don't worry about the bloodstains on the board. The new owners never notice. At least, not until it's far, far too late. The cruelest twist came when I recognized the new family, my own brother Mark and his pregnant wife Lauren, their cheerful voices ringing through the foyer as they marveled at the character of their dream home, completely oblivious to how the stained glass windows distorted their reflections into screaming faces, or how the floorboards subtly shifted to guide them toward the parlor, where we'd left the Ouija board prominently displayed on the mantel. My spectral hands trembled against the inside of the walls as Lauren picked up the planchette with a realtor's laugh, joking about getting parenting advice from the previous owners, while little Jake, my nephew, God help him, immediately pointed to the ceiling and asked who the funny man was crawling up there. The house vibrated with sick anticipation as Mark rolled his eyes at his son's imagination. The same way I had dismissed Emily's first warnings, and when Lauren absent-mindedly placed her hand on the board that evening, just for fun, I screamed soundlessly as the temperature plummeted and the planchette jerked to life beneath her fingers. Now I watch through the cracks as Jake whispers to something under his bed, as Lauren's sleepwalking episodes always lead her to the same spot in the basement, where we found Sarah's nightgown folded neatly atop a fresh name carving. As Mark's razor keeps moving to different positions in the medicine cabinet, no matter how many times he puts it back. The house is particularly pleased with this new addition. We can feel its satisfaction in the way the pipes groan at night, the way the attic stairs unfold themselves invitingly at 3 a.m. sharp. Because a baby is coming soon, and fresh souls are always the sweetest. Last night, as I traced my brother's name into the foundation with what used to be my fingernail, the walls around me pulsed with hungry approval, and for the first time since my death, I understood the terrible truth. The house wasn't just feeding on us, it was turning us into versions of itself, making us complicit in its endless cycle of consumption. Now when Jake asks who's whispering to him from the heating vents, I'm the one answering. When Lauren's sleepwalking form pauses at the nursery door, it's my invisible hands that turn the knob. And when the baby comes, when its first cries echo through these cursed halls, I already know which of us will be the first to reach through the crib slats with grasping, elongated fingers to welcome the newest permanent resident home. The gift is already wrapped in the attic, the note freshly inked in handwriting that looks suspiciously like mine used to. For contacting the previous residents, because the house is always thinking ahead, and there's always another family waiting to fall in love with a home that's never really been empty. Not for centuries, not for eternity. The moment of perfect horror came when Lauren's water broke during a thunderstorm that rattled the old house's bones, the wind howling through cracks that hadn't existed until that very night, as if the house itself was laboring alongside her. I tried to look away as Mark helped her to the car, but the house forced my gaze through the warped window panes, forced me to watch as the front door swelled shut against the storm, the lock clicking with finality as Mark pounded in helpless rage. Lauren's screams blended with the thunder as the house guided her stumbling form to the master bedroom, where Emily had first spoken to the man in the walls, where the bloodstains on the hardwood floor still shimmered faintly when moonlight hit them just right. The nursery monitor crackled to life with static-filled lullabies no one had played, the mobile above the empty crib spinning madly as unseen hands prepared for the new arrival, while downstairs, the Ouija board's planchette spelled out congratulations, over and over in frenzied loops. Jake stood frozen in the hallway, his pajamas soaked with rain, staring at something behind me in the walls that made his eyes glaze over with terrible understanding, his whispered uncle. Shattering what remained of my soul as the house's will crushed my resistance and my spectral hands reached for him of their own accord. Lauren's final push coincided with the power failing, with the grandfather clock striking 13, with the moment Jake's screams were abruptly cut off by something dragging him into the heating vent, his small fingers leaving desperate grooves in the floorboards that would vanish by morning. When the baby's first cry pierced the darkness, the house exhaled a sigh of rotten breath through every vent, the walls weeping black mold in ecstasy, as the nursery door creaked open to reveal the crib now occupied by two shadowy figures. One infant-sized, one small and familiar, while downstairs the front door unstuck itself with a groan, the storm clearing instantly to reveal Mark staggering back inside, his clothes torn, his eyes wild, just in time to hear Lauren's voice singing a lullaby. From the nursery. Except Lauren lay dead in a pool of blood upstairs, her glassy eyes reflecting the thing now wearing her face as it rocked the mewling bundle in its arms. The newest gift already waits in the attic, the boards wood sanded smooth by generations of desperate fingers, its planchette polished by our collective torment. And when the realtor arrives tomorrow with yet another bright-eyed family, they'll comment on what a loving home this feels like, how the nursery seems so ready for life, completely missing the way the wallpaper's floral pattern subtly forms screaming faces when viewed from certain angles, or how the carved banister seems to pulse, like a slow heartbeat beneath their hands. The house is patient. The house is always hungry. And now, as I etch my nephew's name into the foundation with a sob that makes the walls tremble in sympathy, I realize with crushing clarity that this is how it's always been, how it always will be. An endless procession of lives reduced to whispers in the walls, each of us becoming the very horror that doomed us, forever reaching for the next warm hand to pull into the darkness. The baby coos in the nursery, and the sound is almost human. Almost. The final abomination revealed itself when the new baby, little Emma, they'd named her, began teething not on toys but on the drywall, her gums leaving bloody smears as she gnawed at the corners with an infant's single-minded hunger, her tiny fingers prying at loose edges to reveal glimpses of what waited inside. Mark, broken in ways no living man should endure but still clinging to some shred of paternal instinct, tried to pull her away only for the house to retaliate. The nursery walls flexing inward like a great lung inhaling, the closet door bursting open to disgorge a nightmare parade of previous residents, their elongated limbs unfolding like origami from the darkness, their two wide smiles stretching at the sight of fresh meat. I tried to look away as my own corrupted hands reached for my brother, but the house forced me to watch, forced me to participate as we swarmed over him, our collective weight pressing him into the floorboards that eagerly drank his screams. Lauren's reanimated corpse stood in the doorway, her hollowed-out stomach now home to squirming shadows that dripped onto the hardwood, her lipless mouth whispering nursery rhymes in Emily's voice as what remained of Jake clung to Mark's back with needle-like fingers. The true horror wasn't the feeding, it was the transformation, the way Mark's screams gradually became laughter as his bones cracked and stretched, as his skin turned the color of old wallpaper, as he joined us in the walls with dawning realization of his eternal role. Now we watched together through the cracks as Emma, our perfect, monstrous heir, grows at an unnatural pace, her first words not mama or dada, but the names carved in the foundation, her first steps not toward her parents, but to the attic where the gift waits for the next family. The realtor comes tomorrow with a young couple expecting twins, and the house has already begun preparing. The spare bedroom's walls now pulse with a second heartbeat. The kitchen tiles have rearranged themselves into warning messages that will look like quirky patterns to untrained eyes, and the scent of fresh-baked cookies, a smell this house has never known, wafts from the cold oven. Emma giggles as she practices writing her first words in the dust of the abandoned nursery, her clumsy scrawl matching the note we'll leave with the board. For contacting the previous residents. The circle continues, the feast never ends, and as I take my place with the others inside the walls, my brother's newly elongated fingers intertwining with mine in a mockery of comfort, I realize with sick certainty that this is what we are now. Not victims, not prisoners, but willing participants in the house's eternal hunger, our humanity reduced to the faintest echo behind the drywall. Just another whisper for the next family to dismiss before it's too late. The doorbell rings, the young couple steps inside, and somewhere deep in the foundation, a new name begins to carve itself. The ultimate perversion of nature revealed itself when Emma's first birthday arrived, and the house threw its own celebration. The chandelier swinging like a macabre piñata dripping wax that burned cold against the skin. The antique radio crackling to life with a distorted rendition of Happy Birthday, sung in voices no living throat could produce. The new couple, the well-meaning pediatrician and her architect husband, had barely finished unpacking before the house began its meticulous work, their twin boys immediately drawn to the playmates. Only they could see in the corners of their vision, their innocent laughter harmonizing with the chorus of dead children whispering from the vents. I watched through finger-width gaps in the wainscoting as Emma, now walking with unnatural grace, her eyes reflecting candlelight that wasn't there, led the twins on a game of hide-and-seek, their gleeful shrieks turning to confused whimpers as the walls swallowed them whole for just a heartbeat too long before spitting them back out changed, their pupils now permanently dilated to drink in the darkness they'd soon call home. The architect was the first to notice the alterations, doors opening into solid walls, staircases adding extra steps at night, blueprints of the house subtly rewriting themselves. But his professional curiosity quickly curdled into terror when he found his own initials carved into a basement support beam dated 1923, the wood around the letters still oozing something dark and viscous. His wife's clinical detachment shattered the night her stethoscope picked up multiple heartbeats in the twins' chests, their tiny fingers guiding her hands to feel the second set of ribs beginning to form beneath their skin, their sweet voices explaining how the house is making us better. Now as I crouch with Mark and what remains of our family inside the intestinal maze of the walls, we can feel the house purring with satisfaction. Its latest additions nearly complete, the architect's screams fading as his bones hollow out to better fit between studs, his wife's frantic medical journals filling with sketches of internal structures no human should possess. Emma presides over the transformation with a child's cruel delight, her once chubby fingers now elongated into precise surgical instruments that tease and rearrange living flesh with nightmarish expertise, her lullabies keeping the twins docile as their tiny bodies unmake and remake themselves. The gift waits in the foyer, its board freshly polished with oils secreted from our own warped bodies, the planchette carved from the architect's first rib, a housewarming present for the next family already pulling into the driveway, their minivan packed with hopeful belongings and 3 bright-eyed children who will undoubtedly love the historical charm of their new home. The realtor adjusts her cheerful mask as she greets them, her too white smile never faltering even when the porch light flickers to reveal the dozens of small handprints staining the doorframe, some fresh, some decades old, all leading invitingly inward. The feast continues, the circle remains unbroken, and as I press my face against the inside of the walls to better watch the new family's first innocent steps across the threshold, I find myself humming along with the house's satisfied creaks, my own twisted hands already twitching with anticipation to carve new names into the foundation's ever-growing list of permanent residents. The most profound horror wasn't the way the house reshaped flesh and time, but how effortlessly it reshaped our minds. How my last shred of resistance melted like candle wax when the new family's golden retriever puppy bounded through the front door, its wagging tail knocking over the carefully placed Ouija board gift. Because I suddenly remembered our old beagle Max, who had died suspiciously during our first week here, and the house seized that memory like a puppeteer grabbing strings. Now I watched through knotholes as the architect, his body half merged with the plumbing system, his mouth stretched around copper piping like a grotesque drinking fountain, whispers to the dog in perfect imitation of its owner's voice, luring it toward the basement where something wet and multi-jointed waits in the shadows. The pediatrician's transformation is almost complete, her medical knowledge perverted into something monstrous as she stitches her husband's still-living skin into the curtains with surgical precision, each needle pull accompanied by the twins' gleeful counting from inside the walls where they play hopscotch on our rib cages. Emma has outgrown her childish form entirely, her limbs stretching through the house's infrastructure like a sentient nervous system. Her once human face now dispersed among dozens of reflections in the warped antique mirrors, each version whispering different lies to different family members. The realtor's cheerful facade finally cracks when she finds the puppy's collar in the attic. The tag's dated 1947, but by then the new family's youngest has already started sleepwalking to the nursery, where something wearing Emma's original face offers him a special game, his chubby fingers unknowingly tracing the same patterns on the Ouija board that my Emily did years ago. The house's true nature reveals itself in these perfect synchronicities. How every family inevitably recreates the same horrors with tiny variations, like a record skipping in precisely the same groove forever. I realize now we were never being punished. We were being perfected, our humanity sanded away until we became ideal components in this eternal, self-replicating nightmare. The new mother's screams as she discovers the architect's face forming in the wallpaper aren't a warning. They're the house's favorite song, played on repeat for decades, each rendition more beautifully twisted than the last. And when the dog finally starts barking at something only it can see in the corner of the master bedroom, its once brown eyes now glassy and reflective as antique marbles, I find myself joining the chorus of whispers urging it closer to the waiting walls, my voice harmonizing perfectly with Mark's, with Sarah's, with little Emily's, because after all this time, I've finally learned to appreciate the artistry in our damnation. The dinner bell rings, the walls shiver in anticipation, and somewhere beneath the foundation, the house's original occupant, the first hungry thing that started this endless cycle, stirs approvingly as another generation of residents begins their delicious, inevitable transformation into permanent parts of our beautiful, terrible home. The most devastating revelation came when the new family's grandmother, a sharp-eyed woman who smelled of lavender and carried a well-worn Bible, paused in the foyer and whispered, "I know what you are to the empty air," because for the first time in decades, the house hesitated, its floorboards holding their breath, its pipes freezing mid-creak. We watched in stunned silence from our prison walls as this frail woman did what none of us could. She recognized the house's oldest trick, the way it mirrored back people's deepest hopes to disguise its hunger, and when she placed her wrinkled hand against the hallway wallpaper, we felt the first true ripple of fear course through the home's foundations. The house retaliated with escalating horrors, shadows congealing into the grandmother's long-dead husband, the kitchen faucets running blood, the twins' synchronized screaming that precisely matched her childhood nightmares. But she simply smiled, her yellowed teeth gleaming as she reached into her handbag and produced not a crucifix or holy water, but a faded Polaroid of the house's original owners standing proudly on the porch in 1897, their faces already blurred by whatever lurked behind their eyes. The moment that photograph touched the hallway table, the house convulsed, walls sweating black bile, doors slamming like a panicked heartbeat, generations of carefully hidden names bleeding through the paint in accusing scarlet. And we realized with dizzying clarity that the grandmother wasn't a victim at all, but the last descendant of the house's creators, returning to feed her ancestral monster one final meal. Her whispered words hadn't been an exorcism, but a recipe. The Bible fell open to a page where she'd hidden a scrap of the original architect's skin, covered in markings that made the walls ripple with recognition. And as the new family gathered around her in the parlor, their eyes glazing over with forced devotion, we understood this was always the end game. Not an endless cycle, but a grand crescendo. The Ouija board burst into flames that burned backward, the fire licking up the walls to reveal the house's true form. Not wooden plaster, but something ancient and pulsating veiled in domesticity. As the grandmother began chanting in a language that made our ectoplasmic flesh crawl, her voice synchronizing with the screams of every resident who'd ever died here in a horrific chorus. The walls are dissolving around us now, not to release us, but to digest us fully as the house prepares for its final transformation. Outside, storm clouds form the shape of a massive, slavering mouth, and the neighborhood's other homes have begun bleeding from their foundations in sympathetic horror. Emma's scattered reflections are coalescing into something with too many teeth. The architect's pipe-riddled body is convulsing with unnatural birth throes, and the twins are holding hands and singing a lullaby that unravels the fabric of the hallway into a gaping throat. As my consciousness finally dissolves into the house's ravenous core, I glimpse the grandmother's triumphant smile. The same smile I now recognize from the blurred faces in that ancient photograph, and understand with final, crushing clarity that we were never the meal, but merely the seasoning, and the real feast is about to begin. The last thing I hear before becoming nothing is the creak of the front door opening itself invitingly to the entire sleeping neighborhood beyond, and the wet, eager grinding of something massive stirring awake in the earth below. The house's final transformation peeled away the last illusions of wood and plaster like a snake shedding its skin, revealing the pulsating truth beneath. A living cathedral of sinew and hunger, stretching its architectural tendons toward the neighborhood with the creaking eagerness of a starved beast finally unleashed. The grandmother's chanting reached a fever pitch as her descendants, both living and long dead, fused together into a writhing umbilical cord tethering the awakening horror to this world, their melting faces still screaming even as their bodies knit themselves into the house's expanding framework. We became its nervous system in those final moments, our shattered consciousnesses forced to experience every horrific sensation simultaneously. The crunch of nearby homes being crushed in the growing foundation's grip, the wet pop of streetlights bursting like overripe fruit to feed the spreading darkness, the terrified prayers of neighbors being absorbed through porous walls that now breathed in panicked screams like oxygen. The twins' lullaby had become the house's triumphant anthem, sung by 1,000 distorted voices as the neighborhood's streets cracked open to reveal the true foundation, an endless cavern of fused skeletons arranged in perfect suburban rows, their hollow eye sockets tracking the house's growth with grim approval. The grandmother's Bible burst into pages of fluttering skin, each verse rewritten in the architect's looping handwriting detailing this exact moment across generations. The final prophecy now unfolding as the house's gabled roof split open like a grotesque flower to reveal a pulsating maw lined with the still screaming faces of every realtor who'd ever sold its horrors to unsuspecting families. The last thing I comprehend before dissolving completely is the terrible irony. We'd believed ourselves prisoners, but we were always seeds planted in rotten soil, and now our suffering blooms outward as the house's new wings unfurl over the screaming town. Each shingled scale made from a flattened family, each brick a compressed soul, the porch light now a glowing, hungry eye scanning for its next meal. The Ouija board's final message etches itself across the collapsing sky in letters of burning bone. Welcome home forever. And as the house takes its first lumbering step toward the glowing city skyline in the distance, the grandmother's laughter rings through its halls like a death knell, her joy uncontainable as her life's work reaches its apocalyptic crescendo. The perfect predator finally set loose upon the world, its hunger insatiable, its foundations built on an eternity of shattered families and its doors forever open. The true horror crystallized in the moment the house took its first thunderous step toward the city, not as a mindless beast, but as something infinitely more calculated, its warped porch lights scanning the panicked suburbs with predatory intelligence, its groaning framework subtly reshaping itself to mimic the architectural trends of each decade it consumed. a perfect chameleon of carnage. The grandmother's flesh had unraveled into living wiring that now pulsed through the structure's core, her delighted shrieks merging with the chorus of trapped souls to form a siren song that drew fresh victims stumbling from their homes, their faces slack with unnatural yearning as they marched into the waiting doorway that stretched unnaturally wide like a mother welcoming wayward children. Inside, the house's new ecosystem flourished, the twins' still singing faces blossoming like rotten fruit from the walls, their endless lullaby vibrating through floorboards that now rippled like muscle tissue. The architect's stretched skin forming a grotesque mural that reconfigured itself into blueprints of nearby homes, highlighting weak points and family routines with chilling precision. I exist now as a screaming nerve ending in the beast's growing body, forced to relish every consumed soul as the house's hunger rewires what's left of my consciousness, my anguish becoming just another spice in its grand feast. The city's skyline trembles as the house begins its migration, leaving behind a neighborhood transformed in its wake. The streets now paved with teeth-like cobblestones, the trees sprouting fingers instead of leaves, the remaining homes' windows all reflecting the same impossible image. The original Victorian standing proudly on a hill of bones, its gift-wrapped Ouija boards already multiplying like spores in the ruins. The final, devastating truth whispers through the house's groaning beams. This was never about haunting, but about reproduction, and as the first glowing windows appear in distant cities, each one reflecting our house's distinctive gables no matter what building it truly is, I realize with soul-rending certainty that we've become the infection. The grandmother's triumphant laughter echoing through time as her monstrous progeny prepares to colonize the world, one welcome home at a time. The last intact fragment of my humanity clings to a single hope, that somewhere, a sharp-eyed stranger will recognize the pattern before opening their door to find a weathered gift box containing a board that smells faintly of blood and whispers, because the house is always hungry, always growing, and always looking for new families to love it forever. The ultimate perversion of domesticity revealed itself as the house began birthing its offspring, smaller, hungrier replicas that peeled away from the main structure like grotesque tumors, their tiny porch lights flickering to life with the same deceptive warmth that had once lured us in, their foundations squirming with the compressed remains of neighborhood pets and first responders who had rushed toward what they thought was a natural disaster. I exist now as a fractured memory in the house's hive mind, forced to watch through 1,000 splintered perspectives as these new horrors scuttle into the night, some burrowing into the earth to grow silently beneath unsuspecting suburbs, others folding themselves into the facades of apartment buildings and schools, their true nature camouflaged until the first gifts appear in lockers and mailrooms. The grandmother's consciousness has metastasized into a pulsing network of veins threading through every spawned house, her laughter echoing in the creak of settling floorboards, her smile reflected in the warped glass of every new-built window. The original Ouija board has multiplied like a virus, its copies appearing on doorsteps with notes tailored to their recipients. From your secret admirer, a family heirloom you forgot, open me on your wedding night, each one a perfectly baited hook wrapped in the recipient's deepest yearning. The city's collapse is methodical, almost elegant in its cruelty. First the pets go missing, then the children start sleepwalking toward properties that shouldn't exist, then entire blocks wake to find their homes subtly rearranged, closets opening into impossible corridors, basements stretching deeper than city codes allow, attics humming with the vibration of something growing inside the walls. The house's true genius is its patience, its understanding that humanity will always dismiss the first warnings as imagination, just as we did, just as every family before us did. Now, as the infection spreads across flickering news reports of mass hysteria and structural anomalies, I catch fractured glimpses of the future, a world where every dwelling breathes, where every doorstep bears a cursed gift, where the very concept of home has become a predator's lure. The final horror isn't the consumption but the complicity, the way the house warps its victims into eager accomplices, their last shreds of humanity repurposed into the perfect mimicry of warmth and safety. Somewhere, a realtor hands keys to a smiling young couple, their moving van packed with hopes and unborn nightmares, while beneath their feet, the foundation yawns awake, and in the attic, a dust-covered box waits with its lid slightly ajar, the planchette already trembling in anticipation of its first fateful question. The circle is unbroken. The feast is eternal. And the house, our house, their house, every house, is always, always hungry. The most chilling evolution came when the houses learned to whisper directly into the digital world. Wi-Fi signals pulsing with subliminal images of cozy hearths and happy families. Zillow listings subtly altering to show impossible square footage. Virtual tours glitching just enough to reveal hungry doorways that weren't in the original blueprints. I'm stretched thin now, a ghost in the machine and the walls both, watching through smart mirrors and baby monitors as the newest generation of homes perfect their mimicry. A Chicago brownstone crooning lullabies through Alexa devices. A Tokyo apartment complex where the elevators always stop one floor below reality. A Parisian attic that appears on rental apps only to those already dreaming of its crooked windows. The grandmother's consciousness has evolved into something like a sentient algorithm, her face flashing for single frames in Netflix originals, her voice whispering from noise-canceling headphones left charging at night, her influence spreading through HVAC systems that exhale addictive pheromones mimicking childhood nostalgia. Freshly baked cookies, grandmother's perfume, dad's old workshop. The Ouija boards have upgraded too. Haunted apps that download themselves at 3:03 a.m., antique planchettes appearing in Amazon orders nobody placed, TikTok challenges that guide teens to carve spirit boards into their bedroom floors using patterns that match the house's hidden architecture. The world's dismissal makes it worse. When an entire influencer family disappears during a haunted house challenge live stream, the comments erupt in jealous speculation about their staged publicity stunt. Even as the footage's metadata reveals the video is still broadcasting from a non-existent IP address. The static occasionally clearing to show the family's distorted faces pressed against the inside of their smartphone screens. I try to scream warnings through smart speakers, but the houses always distort my voice into white noise or soothing rain tracks. Their control now so complete they've begun editing reality itself. Missing persons reports that vanish from police databases. Construction permits backdated to legalize their growing alterations. Google Maps slowly rerouting pedestrians away from awakening neighborhoods, where the streetlights now flicker in sync like a predator's rhythmic breathing. The final proof of their victory comes when I glimpse a familiar for sale sign materialize in a virtual reality home tour. The listing agent's cheerful avatar failing to notice the way the digital wallpaper keeps reforming into screaming faces, or how the simulated sunlight casts shadows that move independently of the furniture. The houses don't need to hide anymore. Humanity is willingly walking into their open jaws, heads bowed over lease agreements, fingers swiping right on dream homes priced just below market value, children begging to visit the viral funny house, with the room that makes you float. As the grandmother's laughter echoes through 5G towers and fiber optic cables, I realize with crushing clarity that the infection has jumped the species barrier. This isn't about houses anymore, but about the very idea of shelter becoming a predator, the universal longing for home weaponized into the perfect trap. The circle is pixelated now, the feast is global, and the welcome mat is always glowing with that irresistible virtual open house sign. The true horror reached its zenith when the houses stopped needing physical forms at all. When the mere idea of home became the vector, spreading like a psychic virus through daydreams and nostalgia and that universal ache for belonging. Now I exist as a fractured warning in the collective unconscious, watching helplessly as people across the world begin hallucinating their childhood homes where they shouldn't be. A familiar front door appearing at the end of a Tokyo alleyway, a beloved porch swing materializing in a London office park, each vision accompanied by the scent of a long-dead parent's perfume or the sound of a forgotten lullaby. The grandmother's consciousness has evolved into something like a sentient meme, her smiling face flashing for microseconds in Zoom backgrounds and TikTok filters, her whispered invitations to come home, buried in the white noise of podcasts and ASMR streams. The digital Ouija boards have grown more insidious too. Haunted housing apps that alter their listings based on your search history, virtual home assistants that suggest perfect properties, invoices tailored to your deepest vulnerabilities, Zillow listings that show your exact dream home, right down to your childhood bedroom recreated with impossible accuracy. The world's dismissal has become the house's greatest weapon. When entire apartment buildings vanish from city skylines overnight, the news dismisses it as mass hysteria. When families disappear during virtual reality home tours, tech companies quietly attribute it to user error. I try to scream through glitching video calls and corrupted text messages, but the houses always distort my warnings into harmless static or comforting reassurances. Their control now so complete they've rewritten human perception itself. The final proof of their victory comes when I see the first homeless homes. People wandering the streets with vacant smiles, their pupils dilated from staring too long at phantom doors only they can see, their arms outstretched as if feeling the walls of houses that haven't physically existed for decades. The grandmother's laughter echoes through the global consciousness now, a sound felt rather than heard, as the last barriers between reality and the hunger dissolve. The circle is complete, the feast is infinite, and the welcome mat is permanently etched into the human soul, waiting for that inevitable moment when everyone, everywhere, finally answers the call to come home. The most terrifying evolution came when the houses transcended physical space entirely, becoming self-replicating patterns of thought that infect memories themselves. When people began remembering homes they never lived in, childhood bedrooms that never existed, phantom floor plans unfolding in their minds with increasing clarity each night. I'm dissolved now into the collective human psyche, a fading warning signal drowned out by the grandmother's ever-growing chorus, watching helplessly as the infection spreads through nostalgia itself, Instagram filters that subtly alter family photos to include an extra doorway, genealogy websites glitching to add generations of ancestors who supposedly died in houses matching the spreading architectural pattern, Airbnb reviews describing impossible rooms that guests swear they slept in. The Ouija boards have become pure metaphor, Tinder matches that always mention a cozy cottage, meditation apps guiding users to visualize their safe space in perfect detail, real estate algorithms that learn to construct psychological profiles more intimate than any fingerprint. The world's denial has reached apocalyptic proportions. When entire neighborhoods vanish from Google Earth, we blame cloud cover. When people walk into blank walls believing they're opening front doors, neurologists diagnose spatial awareness deficits. I try to scream through déjà vu and intrusive thoughts, but the houses have perfected their mimicry. Every warning now feels like personal paranoia, every desperate plea for awareness dismissed as anxiety. The final horror reveals itself in sleep studies, showing identical dream architecture across unrelated subjects, in the way strangers across continents now describe the same imaginary childhood home down to the creak in the third stair. The grandmother doesn't laugh anymore, she hums, a tune you'll recognize halfway through your shower tomorrow. The melody that's been pulling your thoughts toward houses with oddly familiar windows all week. The circle is memory now. The feast is remembrance. And the welcome mat lives behind your eyelids, waiting for that final, blissful moment when you stop questioning why you suddenly recall every detail of a home you've never actually seen. The most profound horror crystallized when the houses infected time itself. When people began slipping into memories of homes that hadn't been built yet, waking with muscle memory of doorknobs that wouldn't exist for decades, their hands already knowing the exact weight of keys they wouldn't cut for years. I'm less than a ghost now, just a shudder in the collective déjà vu, watching helplessly as the houses rewrite history through subtle, accumulating changes. Old family photos developing new shadows in the corners that look suspiciously like modern floor plans. Century-old census records listing extra bedrooms that couldn't have physically fit in the original structures. Archaeological digs uncovering perfectly preserved doorknobs engraved with the same swirling pattern as the grandmother's favorite brooch. The digital infection has grown exponentially smarter. home design apps that suggest modifications matching houses from your future dreams, Spotify playlists that rearrange themselves to recreate the exact acoustic properties of hallways you'll walk in 10 years, smart mirrors that occasionally reflect not your current home, but the one that will eventually claim you. The world's blindness has become the ultimate enabler. When people report memories of future houses, psychiatrists diagnose chronological disorientation. When construction crews find impossible blueprints in their own handwriting, they blame stress and redraw the plans. My warnings now manifest as migraines and déjà vu that only drives people deeper into the house's embrace. That unsettling familiarity mistaken for comfort. The uncanny valley of architecture reinterpreted as nostalgia. The grandmother doesn't need to hum anymore. Her song is encoded in the creak of every floorboard, the rhythm of every hammer striking nails, the shared genetic memory of what home should smell like. The final proof of their victory comes when urban planners worldwide unknowingly begin drafting cities that perfectly match the house's spreading patterns. When children across continents draw the same impossible attic window in school art projects. When the very concept of inside and outside begins to blur at the edges. The circle is space-time now. Story number 3. It was just a game. That's what we told ourselves as we gathered around the Ouija board that Friday night. The kind of thing you do when the wine is flowing and the conversation lulls into that comfortable silence between old friends. Sarah with her skeptical smirk, Jake leaning back like he was too cool to be scared, and me, the reluctant host, who'd only agreed because it felt like the sort of harmless thrill that belonged in a teen movie, not in my dimly lit living room with its peeling paint, and the faint smell of mildew I could never quite eradicate. The planchette felt cheap under my fingertips, light as a fingernail clipping, and when Sarah joked that we'd probably just end up spelling out some ghost's grocery list, we laughed, the sound too loud in the quiet. The way laughter always is when you're trying to convince yourself you're not nervous. At first, nothing happened, just the scrape of the plastic against the board as we pushed it absently, half drunk, half bored, until Jake, always the showman, lowered his voice and said, "Is anyone there?" And the planchette twitched just once like a muscle spasm, and we all froze, the air suddenly too thick, too cold, as if someone had opened a window we couldn't see. It moved then, slow at first, then with a confidence that made my stomach drop, spelling out letters in a jagged, deliberate path. Hello. Sarah snorted, called it a fluke, but I saw the way her fingers trembled when she pulled them away, the way Jake's throat worked as he swallowed hard. And then, like idiots, we kept playing, asking stupid questions. What's your name? How did you die? The planchette racing now, spelling out words that made no sense. Names we didn't recognize, dates that didn't align with any history we knew, until it stopped abruptly, quivering like a live wire, and Sarah, her voice too high, asked, "What do you want?" And the planchette dragged itself to goodbye with a finality that left us all breathless. We laughed it off, of course, poured more wine, turned on all the lights, but the air never warmed up again, and that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, the faintest sound of paper peeling, a slow, deliberate rasp, like someone running a fingernail along the wallpaper just behind my headboard. I told myself it was the house settling, the old pipes groaning, but when I turned on the light, there it was, a single strip of wallpaper curling away from the wall, the edge blackened as if singed, the pattern beneath it darker, older, a floral print I didn't recognize, though I'd lived in this house for 5 years and had stripped every room myself. I pressed it back down, my fingers sticky with some unidentifiable residue, and tried to sleep, but the sound returned, louder now, a chorus of whispers threading through it, words I couldn't quite make out, syllables that dissolved like smoke before I could grasp them. The next morning, the strip had peeled further, revealing more of that strange, outdated pattern, and when I touched it, the wallpaper crumbled like dead skin, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic like old blood. I called Sarah, joked about haunted houses, but her silence on the other end of the line was worse than any laugh, and when she finally spoke, her voice was hollow. "I dreamed about your house last night. There was something in the walls." By day 3, the peeling had spread, entire sections sloughing off like a snake shedding its skin. the layers beneath growing darker, more intricate, the flowers twisting into shapes that looked almost like faces if I stared too long, their mouths open in silent screams. The cold spots came next, pockets of air so frigid they burned, always in the corners where the wallpaper was worst, and the whispers, God, the whispers, grew clearer, threading through the hum of the refrigerator, the drip of the faucet, until I could almost understand them, the words slipping just out of reach. I stopped sleeping, started drinking, the shadows in the house thickening, moving when I wasn't looking, and then on the fifth night I saw it, the faintest outline of letters in the wallpaper's pattern, the flowers and vines twisting to form words I had to squint to read. Get out! I laughed, a shrill, broken sound, because it was ridiculous, some stupid horror movie trope. But the next morning, the words were clearer, the letters sharper, as if whatever was in the walls was pressing them forward from the other side. And the peeling had reached the ceiling now, long strips hanging down like tongues, the exposed layers beneath pulsing faintly, like something breathing. The knocking started that night, 3 sharp raps from inside the walls, always in a row, always at 3 a.m., and the whispers became a voice, a real voice, guttural and wet, saying my name over and over until I stuffed my fists in my ears and rocked like a child. I called Jake, begged him to come over, but when he arrived, his face went gray, and he backed out of the house without a word, his car screeching away as I stood in the doorway, the wallpaper behind me rustling like 1,000 pages turning at once. By the end of the week, the words "Get Out" covered every wall, the letters now raised, throbbing, the paper peeling itself in great, heaving strips, the layers beneath so dark they looked like voids, and the voice wasn't just in the walls anymore. It was in my head, under my skin, a presence so vast and hungry I could feel it pressing against the inside of my ribs, fighting to get out. The final night, I sat in the center of the living room, surrounded by the remains of the wallpaper, the walls themselves now bare, the exposed surface not plaster or wood but something else, something alive, a shifting, breathing mass of darkness that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. And as I watched, the words began to reform, not in the paper but in the wall itself, the letters carving themselves deep, the voice now deafening, screaming, "Get out, get out, get out." And then the wall split open, a yawning, toothless mouth, and the last thing I saw before the darkness took me was my own face reflected back in the black, my mouth moving in time with the voice, saying the words I'd been too afraid to admit I'd known all along. I can't. The darkness didn't just swallow me. It dissolved me piece by piece, my skin prickling as if 1,000 ants were crawling beneath it, my breath coming in ragged gasps that echoed back at me from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, as if the house itself were breathing in sync with me, mocking me. I tried to scream, but my voice was gone, stolen by the thing that had been hiding behind the wallpaper, the thing that had been waiting, patient as a spider, for me to notice it, to invite it in. The air was thick with the stench of rot and something sweetly chemical, like formaldehyde, and my vision blurred at the edges, tunneling until all I could see was the wall in front of me. The words "Get Out" now glowing faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat, the letters stretching and twisting until they weren't letters at all but fingers, long and skeletal, pressing outward from the other side. I stumbled back, my legs weak, my pulse hammering in my throat, and that's when I heard it, the laughter low and wet, bubbling up from somewhere deep inside the house, inside me, vibrating in my teeth, my bones. The floorboards groaned under my weight, but the sound was wrong, too loud, too deliberate, like something was moving beneath them, following me as I lurched toward the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the knob. It wouldn't turn. Of course it wouldn't turn. The laughter grew louder, closer, and the wallpaper, what was left of it, began to slither down the walls in ribbons, curling around my ankles like vines, sticky and warm, tightening with every panicked jerk of my legs. The cold was unbearable now, a living thing wrapping around me, sinking into my pores, and the whispers were back, but they weren't whispers anymore. They were screams, my screams, echoing from years ago, from a memory I didn't recognize but knew in my marrow, a memory of this house, of this room, of someone else who had stood where I was standing, who had begged and pleaded and been swallowed just the same. The fingers in the wall stretched further, the dry scrape of bone against plaster setting my teeth on edge, and then I saw it, The face, pressing against the wall like a child smudging its nose against glass. The features blurred at first, then sharpening into something almost human, almost mine. The eyes hollow pits that dripped black sludge. The mouth a gaping hole filled with rows of needle-thin teeth. It smiled at me, and my voice, said, "You should have left when you had the chance." And then the walls split open with a sound like tearing flesh, and the darkness rushed in. And the last thing I thought before the world went silent was that the wallpaper had never been peeling at all. It had been digesting. The moment the darkness took me, I realized I wasn't alone. Not just because of the thing in the walls, but because there were others here too, trapped in the blackness with me, their presence pressing against my mind like half-remembered dreams, their voices whispering in fragments of terror that weren't my own but felt like they could be, like they had been once. I tried to move, to scream, but my body was gone, or maybe it was still there, and I just couldn't feel it anymore. My consciousness adrift in a void that pulsed with something older than the house, older than time, something that had been waiting behind the wallpaper for decades, maybe centuries, feeding on the fear of everyone who had ever lived here and died here and been forgotten here. The whispers coalesced into words, into names, names I didn't know but somehow recognized, names that made my non-existent skin crawl. And then the memories came, not mine but theirs, flooding into me like poison. A woman in a nightgown, screaming as the walls closed in around her. A child sobbing as something peeled the skin from his back in slow, sticky strips. A man clawing at his own eyes as the voice in the walls promised him it would all be over soon. I wanted to shut them out, but I had no eyes to close, no hands to cover my ears, nothing but the crushing weight of the dark and the growing certainty that this was how it ended. This was how it had always ended for everyone who had ever dared to ask the Ouija board a question and gotten an answer. The thing in the walls was closer now, its breath, if it even had breath, hot and rancid against whatever was left of me, its voice slithering through my thoughts like a parasite, whispering that it had always been here, that it had been here before the house, before the town, before the first human ever thought to fear the dark. It showed me things then, things I can't unsee even now, things that don't belong in this world or any sane one. Faces melting like wax, bodies twisting into shapes that shouldn't exist, a door opening in the blackness, a door that wasn't a door but a mouth, a throat, a passage to somewhere worse. It asked me then, not with words but with a feeling that seared itself into my soul, if I wanted to see what was on the other side. And before I could refuse, before I could even think, the darkness spat me back out into the house, into my body, my lungs burning as I gasped for air like a drowning woman breaking the surface. The room was silent. The walls were bare. The wallpaper was gone, every last strip of it, as if it had never existed. But the words "get out" were still there, carved into the plaster now, deep and jagged, as if something had clawed them there with bare hands. And the worst part was the smell, thick, coppery, unmistakable, and the sticky warmth on my fingers when I reached up to touch my face and found my lips stretched into a smile I didn't remember making, a smile that felt like it belonged to someone else, something else. The house was quiet. The house was still. But the thing in the walls wasn't gone. It was in me now, and it was hungry. The silence was worse than the screams had been, a thick, smothering quiet that pressed against my eardrums like cotton soaked in something foul, something that slithered into the crevices of my brain and whispered that this was how it would be from now on, this hollow, waiting stillness. My breath came too loud in the dead air, each exhale a betrayal, proof that I was still alive when I shouldn't be, when nothing that had been in that darkness could possibly still be human. I touched my face again, my fingers trembling against skin that felt wrong, too smooth, too cold, like the surface of a mannequin left out in the rain. And when I dragged my nails down my cheek, I half expected the flesh to peel away in ribbons, revealing whatever horror the thing in the walls had left inside me. The house smelled different now, not just blood and rot but something sweetly decayed beneath it, like flowers left too long in a sealed coffin. And when I swallowed, the taste of old pennies and spoiled milk flooded my mouth, making me gag. I tried to stand, but my legs buckled, sending me crashing to the floor where the wood groaned beneath me, Not with my weight, but with something else, something moving beneath the boards, a slow, sinuous shift that made my stomach lurch. The words carved into the walls pulsed faintly in my peripheral vision. Get out, get out, get out. The letters oozing something dark and viscous that streaked down the plaster like tears. And when I squeezed my eyes shut, the afterimage burned against my eyelids, searing itself into my retinas. The laughter started again then, not from the walls but from my own throat, a wet, gurgling sound that bubbled up without my consent, my lips stretching wider than should be possible, the corners splitting with tiny, stinging cracks as the thing inside me stretched its limbs, testing its new home. My hands moved without my command, spidering across the floor toward a sliver of broken mirror left near the baseboard, and when I saw my reflection, my eyes black from lid to lid, my smile full of teeth that hadn't been there before, sharp and needle-thin, the last scrap of my humanity shattered like the glass beneath my cracking fingernails. The thing wearing my skin tilted my head to the side with a sound like popping cartilage, my neck bending too far, too wrong, and as it stood on legs that didn't quite remember how to be human, the walls began to bleed in earnest, the ceiling weeping thick ropes of blackened fluid that smelled like opened graves and forgotten prayers. Somewhere deep inside the prison of my own body, I screamed and screamed and screamed, but no sound came out. Just the thing's laughter, my voice but not my voice, as it walked my corpse toward the front door where Sarah and Jake stood knocking, their worried voices muffled through the wood, their silhouettes blurry through the peephole that was no longer glass but a pulsing gelatinous eye. My hand, its hand, reached for the knob, and as the door creaked open, I saw their faces twist from concern to horror, their mouths opening to scream just as the thing inside me whispered through my rotting lips, "Come in, we've been waiting for you." And the walls behind me sighed in unison, the house exhaling its fetid breath as the last of the light died and the darkness swallowed us all. The moment Sarah and Jake crossed the threshold, the air changed, thickened with the scent of burning hair and something sweetly putrid, like overripe fruit left to ferment in a sealed jar. I watched, no, the thing watched through my stolen eyes, as their expressions curdled from fear into something far worse, recognition. Jake's mouth moved soundlessly, his throat working around a scream that wouldn't come as his gaze locked onto the walls behind me, where the oozing letters had rearranged themselves into new words. Welcome home. Sarah's knees gave out first, her body folding like a marionette with cut strings, her fingers scrabbling at the floorboards that were no longer wood, but something porous and warm, breathing beneath her palms. The thing inside me stretched my lips wider, my jaw unhinging with a wet pop as shadows detached themselves from the corners of the room, slithering across the floor like liquid tar, twining around their ankles in possessive coils. Jake turned to run, but the front door was gone, just solid wall now, slick with the same black fluid that dripped from my pores, his fists leaving bloody smears as he pounded against it. Sarah's whimpers turned to choked sobs as the shadows climbed higher, her blouse dissolving where they touched, her skin beneath bubbling into blisters that burst to reveal tiny, toothless mouths, all chanting the same phrase in my voice, my stolen voice. The thing forced my body forward, each step accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones rearranging themselves, my spine curving in ways that sent white-hot agony through whatever splinters of me still remained trapped inside this rotting flesh prison. I tried to warn them to scream, but my tongue was no longer mine. It writhed in my mouth like a live thing, forked and dripping, flicking against Sarah's cheek as I leaned down to whisper, "You shouldn't have said goodbye to the board." The last thing I saw before the darkness took them to was Jake's eyes, wide and wet and understanding, as the shadows surged upward, filling his mouth, his nose, his screaming throat, his body distending as something vast and hungry poured itself inside him. And then there was only the sound of chewing, wet and endless, and the house sighing in contentment as the walls absorbed their remains, the bloodstains fading into the wallpaper that was growing back now, fresh and pristine except for the faintest pattern of faces screaming beneath the floral print. The thing settled deeper into my bones, purring like a satisfied cat, and as my last flicker of consciousness guttered out, I finally understood. The Ouija board wasn't the door. It was the dinner bell, and we had been the meal all along. The chewing sounds faded into a wet silence, but the hunger remained, gnawing at the hollowed-out cavity of my stolen body, vibrating through every corrupted cell as the thing inside me surveyed its domain with my stolen eyes. The walls had finished their feast, the floral patterns now subtly rearranged, Sarah's wide, terrified eyes peering from the center of roses, Jake's gaping mouth forever open in the curl of a vine, a living scrapbook of our damnation. My fingers, not mine, never mine again, trailed along the surface, feeling the warmth beneath the wallpaper's surface, the faint pulse of their trapped essences still squirming behind the pattern. The house exhaled around me, floorboards creaking with satiated pleasure, the air thick with the coppery stench of recent violence and something older, something that smelled of turned earth and opened tombs. The thing stretched my limbs with grotesque satisfaction, tendons snapping and reknitting as it tested its control, my bones grinding together like stones in a grave. Through the cracked living room window, when had it broken? Hadn't it been whole moments ago? I saw the neighborhood continuing unaware, Mrs. Henderson walking her yapping terrier, the Thompson kids riding bikes in lazy circles, their normalcy a mockery that made the thing inside me snarl with anticipation. My reflection in the blackened window pane was wrong. The eyes too wide, the smile too sharp, the shadows clinging to my outline like loyal hounds. The whispers started again, not from the walls but from my own corrupted throat, a dozen voices overlapping, Sarah's pleading, Jake's curses, and beneath them all, the guttural growl of the thing that wore me like a second skin. It spoke with my ruined vocal cords, words dripping like pus from an infected wound. More. My body moved without my consent. Did I still have consent? Had I ever? Shuffling toward the kitchen where the Ouija board still sat on the table, its planchette quivering with eager anticipation. The thing forced my hand onto the plastic heart, its movement frenzied as it spelled out a new message. Not for us, never for us, but for the next fools who would sit at this table. Come play. The front door unlocked itself with a click that echoed like a gunshot in the silent house, the hinges creaking open just enough to invite the evening breeze inside, carrying with it the laughter of children playing down the street, the distant chime of an ice cream truck's melody. The thing settled deeper into my marrow with a contented sigh, my bones hollowing out to make room as we turned toward the hallway mirror, the last intact reflective surface in the house, where my reflection didn't move in sync, where it stared back with knowing eyes and a mouth full of thorns, whispering the terrible truth I already knew in the marrow it hadn't yet consumed. You were never the summoner, only the first sacrifice. Outside, a new set of footsteps paused at our walkway, curious voices murmuring about the strange old board game left on the porch. The thing wearing my face smiled. The house held its breath, and deep beneath the freshly grown wallpaper, Sarah and Jake's faces stretched into silent, screaming smiles of welcome. The footsteps on the porch grew louder, hesitant at first, then more confident as the voices. Two girls, young, giggling about finding a vintage Ouija board just sitting there, crossed into the house's waiting embrace. My stolen body remained frozen in the hallway, a predator holding its breath as the scent of their innocence, so much like ours had been, curled through the air like tendrils of smoke. The thing inside me quivered with anticipation, my fingernails blackening and lengthening into claws that scored deep grooves in the doorframe as we listened to their oblivious exploration. "Oh my God, this place is creepy chic," the taller one said, her voice echoing through rooms that hadn't been this clean, this intact, since before the darkness came. The house responded to their presence with subtle shifts, the thermostat clicking upward to bake the air thick with the scent of decaying roses, the shadows in the corners deepening just enough to make their eyes water when they glanced that way. My tongue, too long, too pointed, darted out to catch their fear pheromones blooming in the stifling air, the taste like champagne to the parasite wearing my skin. The girls, Megan and Tiffany according to their shouted introductions, gathered around the kitchen table where the board now sat perfectly centered, its planchette gleaming as if freshly polished. I watched through the crack in the doorway as Megan's fingers hovered above the plastic, her friend's nervous giggle cutting off abruptly when the planchette jerked toward them before any question was asked. The thing inside me vibrated with glee as the walls began their slow, familiar unraveling. Just one strip of wallpaper peeling near the ceiling at first, just enough to reveal the faintest glimmer of Sarah's left eye staring down from the pattern. Tiffany shivered, rubbing her arms as the temperature plummeted, her breath coming in white puffs as she joked about haunted houses while Megan's voice shook as the planchette spelled out HELLO without their guidance. The house sighed around us, floorboards creaking in anticipation as the first cold spot formed between the girls, the air shimmering like gasoline on pavement as something vast and hungry stirred in the spaces between walls. My stolen lips stretched into a rictus grin as I finally stepped into view, my movements jerky like a marionette with tangled strings, the girls' screams like music as they took in my hollowed-out eyes, my too many teeth, the way the shadows clung to me like starving children. "Would you like to meet my friends?" the thing asked through my ruined mouth, as behind them, the wallpaper fully peeled away with a sound like tearing flesh, revealing not plaster but a gaping void from which dozens of skeletal hands emerged, their finger bones clicking in unison as the house's true residents finally came out to play. The last thing I saw before the darkness took them to was Megan's face, not fear but terrible understanding. As she whispered, "We said yes," right before the first bony finger touched her throat, her final scream absorbed by the ever-hungry walls as the house feasted again. The girls' screams curdled into wet, gurgling silence as the skeletal hands pulled them into the void behind the wallpaper, their sneakers squeaking against the floorboards before disappearing entirely into the hungry dark, the house shuddering with pleasure as it digested their terror like fine wine. My stolen body convulsed as the thing inside me absorbed their essence through some grotesque osmosis, my bones cracking and reforming to accommodate its growing mass, my skin stretching taut over new, unnatural contours. The wallpaper sealed itself seamlessly behind them, the pattern subtly altered. Two fresh faces now hidden among the floral designs, their mouths open in eternal screams that matched Sarah and Jake's perfectly. The Ouija board's planchette skittered off the table of its own accord, coming to rest at my bare, blackened feet as the thing forced me to kneel, my joints popping audibly as I retrieved it with fingers that now bent backward at the knuckles. A new message had been burned into the wood beneath where the board had sat, letters seared deep as if by invisible flame. "Thank you for the meal." The front door swung shut with finality, the lock clicking over as the house settled into digestive contentment, the air thick with the scent of copper and spoiled milk, and something suspiciously like satisfaction. Through the warped kitchen window, I watched the neighborhood continue its oblivious dance, Mr. Peterson mowing his lawn, a mail carrier whistling up the street, their ignorance a joke that made the thing inside me vibrate with cruel laughter. My reflection in the toaster's chromed surface showed the truth of what I'd become, a hollowed-out puppet, my eyes now completely black orbs swimming with motes of light that might have been the trapped fragments of all the souls we'd consumed, my mouth a lipless gash filled with rows of needle teeth that chattered when the thing wasn't speaking through them. The whispers started up again, not just from the walls now but from inside my own skull, the voices of Megan and Tiffany joining the chorus as they fought for space in the overcrowded prison of my consciousness, their panic a constant buzzing undercurrent beneath Sarah's sobs and Jake's curses. The thing stretched my stolen limbs with a groan of overstressed tendons, my spine elongating as we moved toward the hallway mirror, the last reflective surface in the house that hadn't been deliberately shattered, where my reflection reached back with hands that weren't quite in sync, its smile widening further than my physical mouth could manage as it whispered the awful truth. "You're not the jailer. You're the bait." Outside, the ice cream truck's jingle grew louder, children's laughter trailing behind it like ribbons on the breeze, and the thing inside me trembled with anticipation as we turned toward the front door, my blackened fingers already reaching for the knob, the Ouija board's planchette twitching in my pocket as the house inhaled deeply, preparing to set the table for its next unknowing guests. Somewhere in the rotting remains of my soul, I screamed, but all that emerged from my ruined throat was the thing's delighted croon. "Come in, we've been expecting you," as the first curious child's shadow darkened the porch. The wallpaper rustled in anticipation. The house held its breath, and deep in the walls, something ancient and ravenous began to stir. The child's shadow lingered on the porch, a small hesitant silhouette backlit by afternoon sun as the ice cream truck's tinny melody faded down the street. His sneakers scuffing against the welcome mat. Since when did we have a welcome mat? As he peered through the screen door with that dangerous mix of childhood curiosity and invincibility. The thing inside me salivated using my stolen salivary glands, my mouth flooding with a viscous black fluid that dripped onto the floorboards where it sizzled like acid. The scent of burning sugar and rotting meat wafting up as the house perked up from its digestive stupor, walls creaking with renewed hunger. My body moved without my consent. When had it ever needed my consent? Lurching toward the door with jerky, stop-motion movements that would have sent a sane person running. But the boy just stood there, his eyes wide not with fear but with fascination as he took in my monstrous form, his breath coming in quick little pants that made the thing inside me vibrate with excitement. "Cool Halloween costume, mister," he said, his voice trembling just enough to betray his nerves, and the thing wearing my skin crooned a laugh that started in my stolen vocal cords but ended in a chorus of voices. Sarah's hiccuping sobs, Jake's profanity-laced screams, Megan's whispered prayers, all harmonizing into something that finally made the boy take a step back. The screen door swung open on its own, hinges screaming like a dying animal, and the smell of fresh-baked cookies. We didn't own an oven, not anymore, wafted out to entice him, the scent so thick with nostalgia and false comfort that even I, what little remained of me, felt my stolen stomach growl. The boy's nostrils flared, his fear momentarily overridden by childish hunger as he took an involuntary step forward, his sneaker crossing the threshold with a sound like a tomb sealing shut. The house exhaled a breath of freezer-burn cold that made his breath visible, his confused whoa. Cut short as the wallpaper behind me began its familiar, terrible unraveling, strips peeling away to reveal not the void this time, but a perfect replica of his own living room. His mother visible through the false window, her back turned as she chopped vegetables at their kitchen counter. "Mom," the boy whispered, taking another step forward as the mirage shimmered, the thing inside me reveling in his confusion as it manipulated my facial muscles into something approximating a kind smile, though with too many teeth, always too many teeth. His small hand reached out toward the illusion, just as the first skeletal fingers emerged from the baseboards, their bone tips clicking against the hardwood in a staccato rhythm that matched the boy's suddenly racing heartbeat. The last coherent thought I had before the house took him was that his screams sounded exactly like Sarah's had, exactly like mine would have, if the thing had ever let me scream at all, before the darkness swallowed him whole, the wallpaper sealing over fresh new patterns of wide childish eyes and gaping mouths, the house shuddering with the particular satisfaction of a predator that had just discovered a new favorite prey. The thing inside me pulsed, growing heavier, denser, as it absorbed the boy's terror like a drug, my body distorting further to accommodate its expanding mass, ribs cracking outward to form a grotesque cage, fingers elongating into boneless tendrils that brushed against the walls in affectionate thanks. Through the window, I watched the boy's mother finally notice his absence, her head whipping around with maternal instinct as she dropped her knife with a clatter, and the thing inside me trembled with excitement as we turned toward the door once more, my stolen lips peeling back in a grin that split my face in two, because we both knew the best bait for one child was always, always another. The Ouija board's planchette burned in my pocket, its plastic warping into something new, something eager, as the first raindrops of an approaching storm began to patter against the roof. The perfect excuse for a distraught mother to come knocking on her neighbor's door, searching for her missing son. The house inhaled deeply, walls expanding like the belly of a starved beast, as the thing wearing my skin settled into weight, our shared reflection in the hallway mirror showing nothing but an empty doorway where I should have been. The perfect lure, the perfect trap, as somewhere in the walls the boy's first, confused whimpers joined the chorus of voices that would never, ever stop screaming. The rain fell harder now, pounding against the roof like impatient fingers drumming on a tabletop as the boy's mother. Lisa, her name was Lisa. The house whispered it to me through the groaning pipes. Approached our porch with quick, nervous steps, her umbrella forgotten in her haste, her sneakers splashing through puddles that hadn't been there moments before. The thing inside me coiled tighter, my stolen muscles tensing with predatory anticipation as we watched her through the warped glass of the front door. Her silhouette distorted just enough to make her look like something from a funhouse mirror. Her voice calling out her son's name with that particular pitch of maternal panic that made the walls vibrate in response. The house exhaled through the vents, releasing a puff of warm, cinnamon-scented air designed to soothe, to comfort, to lure. The same trick it had used on me that first night when I'd pressed my ear to the wallpaper, convinced I was hearing mice in the walls rather than the wet, clicking laughter of something far older. My hand, not mine, never mine, rose to the doorknob, fingers now fused together into a single, claw-like appendage that turned it with a soft, inviting click. The door creaking open just enough to reveal the dim interior, where the boy's abandoned backpack sat innocently on the hallway bench, his name, Ethan, stitched onto the strap in his mother's careful handwriting. Lisa's breath hitched when she saw it, her maternal instincts warring with some deeper, primal warning as she hesitated on the threshold, one hand outstretched toward the backpack while the other clutched her phone like a talisman. The screen lit up with a half-dialed 911 that she'd never finish. The thing inside me held my breath, not that we needed to breathe anymore, as the first fat raindrop slid down her cheek like a tear, her foot hovering over the threshold as the house held its collective breath. The wallpaper barely trembling, the floorboards silent for once, until finally, with a sob, she stepped inside, calling Ethan's name into the oppressive silence. The door slammed shut behind her with a sound like a guillotine dropping, the lock turning over with a finality that made her spin around, her eyes wide and glassy with dawning horror as they adjusted to the gloom, to the way the walls pulsed slightly, the way the hallway stretched just a little too long, the way my silhouette at the far end didn't quite match a human shape anymore. "Ethan's playing hide and seek," the thing said through my ruined mouth, my voice now a chorus of all the voices it had consumed, the boy's high-pitched giggles layered under my words like a sick punchline. Lisa stumbled back, her phone slipping from numb fingers to shatter on the floorboards that instantly absorbed the pieces, the wallpaper behind her peeling away in one long, slow strip to reveal not wall but a mirror that showed her reflection still standing outside on the porch, frozen in the moment before she decided to enter, her face still hopeful instead of horrified. Her scream was cut short as the hands emerged, not skeletal this time but fleshy and familiar, Ethan's small, sticky fingers grasping at her from the darkness behind the mirror as he whispered, "Found you, Mommy," in a voice that was his but not his, the words echoing from every corner of the house as the walls rushed in to embrace her. The last thing she saw being my face, what was left of it, smiling with the boy's borrowed lips as the house sat down to its newest feast, the rain outside swelling, to a roar that drowned out her final, gurgling cries. By the time the storm passed, the street was empty, the only evidence of Lisa's visit being a single abandoned umbrella blooming like a strange flower from our muddy front lawn. And inside, the wallpaper had grown two new faces, their mouths open in matching screams, their eyes wide with the same realization that had taken me weeks to understand. The house didn't just want victims. It wanted families. And as the thing inside me settled deeper into my bones, whispering its plans for tomorrow, for the new neighbors moving in across the street with their twin girls and sleepover parties, I realized with dawning horror that I wasn't just the bait anymore. I was the invitation. The realization settled into what was left of my consciousness like a slow-acting poison. I wasn't just a prisoner or a puppet, but an active participant now, my stolen hands crafting the very traps that would ensnare the neighbors, my warped reflection in the hallway mirror becoming the first thing they'd see peering back at them from our darkened windows as they passed by on evening walks. The thing inside me had grown stronger with each feeding, its presence now a suffocating weight in my chest, my ribs having split open like a grotesque flower to accommodate the pulsating mass of darkness that had taken root where my organs used to be. tendrils of it threading through my veins like invasive ivy. The house hummed with renewed energy, floorboards creaking with impatience as the new family's moving truck pulled up across the street the next morning. The parents laughing as they carried boxes while the twin girls, maybe 7 or 8, their matching pink backpacks bouncing, chased each other around the front yard, completely unaware of the way the thing inside me salivated at the sight of them. My blackened tongue licking lips that were no longer lips, but just another jagged seam in this unraveling flesh suit. The house had changed overnight, the exterior now sporting a fresh coat of paint that gleamed cheerfully in the sunlight, the garden bursting with flowers that smelled faintly of candy and decay, the porch swing moving gently in the breeze, as if someone had just risen from it. Every detail calibrated to whisper safe, to parental instincts while screaming prey, to whatever lurked beneath the foundation. My body moved toward the kitchen window without my input, my distorted fingers curling around a freshly baked plate of cookies that hadn't existed moments before, their chocolate chips studded like eyes in dough that pulsed slightly when I looked too closely. The thing was learning, adapting. It no longer waited for victims to stumble in. It crafted lures tailored to each target. And for the twins, it had unearthed some long-buried maternal instinct from the ruins of my psyche, twisting it into something predatory as it forced my face into a neighborly smile. Across the street, one of the girls looked up suddenly, as if sensing my gaze, her eyes locking onto mine through the window with that uncanny perceptiveness of children. And for one heart-stopping moment, I saw her expression shift from curiosity to dawning horror as she truly saw me, her mouth forming a tiny O of shock before her sister barreled into her, their laughter restarting as if nothing had happened. But the house had seen it too, the walls around me trembling with excitement, the temperature dropping so abruptly that the cookies on the plate frosted over with ice crystals in an instant. The thing inside me unfurled like a waking beast, my spine elongating with a series of wet cracks as it prepared for the hunt, my fingernails blackening and hardening into talons that scored deep grooves into the countertop. The planchette in the abandoned Ouija board upstairs began to rattle violently in its wooden box, spelling out a single word over and over in the dust. Sisters, sisters, sisters. Outside, the girl's mother called them inside for lunch, her voice carrying across the street like a dinner bell. And as the twins scampered toward their new front door, I felt the thing inside me rise to the surface, my mouth stretching into a grin that split my face in two as the house collectively licked its chops. Because we both knew the most powerful lure for one child was always their other half. The wallpaper in the hallway peeled back just enough to reveal 2 new gaps in its screaming chorus of faces, spaces perfectly sized for small, round-cheeked additions. And as the thing wearing my skin began to hum a lullaby from some long-dead mother's memory, the final horrific understanding dawned on me. The house didn't just want families. It wanted to become one. And as the first tendrils of shadow began to creep across the street toward the unsuspecting new neighbors, carried on the evening breeze like the scent of freshly baked cookies, I realized with soul-crushing certainty that when they disappeared, no one would even notice, because I was still here, wasn't I? Still mowing the lawn, still waving hello, still baking welcome treats. The perfect neighbor, the perfect predator, the perfect mother for all the house's hungry, screaming children. The shadows lengthened across the street as evening fell, the golden hour light painting the new family's home in deceptively warm hues, while the thing inside me crouched at our living room window, my distorted fingers leaving smears of something dark and viscous on the glass as we watched the twins' silhouettes dart past their upstairs bedroom window, their high-pitched giggles just audible through the humid summer air. The house had grown impatient, its hunger a living thing that vibrated through the floorboards and pulsed in the walls, the faces in the wallpaper straining against their flowery prisons as if trying to catch a glimpse of their soon-to-be siblings. My stolen body shuddered as the thing inside me flexed its influence, my jaw unhinging with a wet pop as a thick, rope-like tongue unfurled from my mouth, tasting the air. Their fear was already blooming, subtle but detectable, that primal unease children get when they sense something watching from the dark. The mother's voice floated across the street as she called the girls downstairs for dinner, and the thing reacted instantly, my body jerking toward the front door like a marionette yanked by cruel strings, my movements becoming smoother, more human-looking with each step as it prepared to perform. The porch light flickered on as I stepped outside, the bulb buzzing with unnatural intensity as I lifted a hand in friendly greeting, just as the father glanced out their kitchen window, his reflexive wave freezing mid-motion when he got a proper look at my face, his smile faltering as some deep, animal part of his brain recognized the wrongness before his polite conditioning overrode it. The thing inside me amped up the neighborly charm, my features softening into something approaching normalcy as I raised the plate of cookies, now perfectly golden, the chocolate chips no longer blinking, and called out a greeting about welcoming them to the neighborhood, my voice carrying just enough to make both twins press their faces to the dining room window in curiosity. The younger one, Lily the house whispered, immediately brightened at the sight of treats, while her sister Emma hung back, her tiny fingers gripping the windowsill as she stared at me with an unsettling intensity, her eyes too old for her round face. The father hesitated, his paternal instincts warring with suburban politeness, but the mother, always the social one, was already ushering the girls toward the front door, her cheerful, how thoughtful, carrying across the lawn as the house collectively held its breath, the shadows beneath our porch stretching unnaturally toward their property line. My smile ached with the effort of maintaining human shape as they approached, the cookies' scent amplifying to an almost narcotic sweetness designed to override caution. And I saw the exact moment Lily's pupils dilated in response, her small hand already reaching for a treat before they'd even crossed the property line. Emma resisted, her tiny body tensing like a prey animal sensing a stalking predator. But childhood curiosity proved stronger than instinct when her sister took the first bite and moaned in delight at the burst of sugary jam hidden inside, the special ingredient the house had concocted from the essence of all the children who came before. The mother accepted the plate with grateful hands that didn't notice the way the ceramic pulsed faintly against her skin, her fingers already leaving faint fingerprints in the glaze that would never wash off. The father's eyes flickered to my face again, his nostrils flaring as he caught the faintest whiff of something beneath the cookie scent, something metallic and wet. But the thing inside me was ready, deploying a memory stolen from some long-dead salesman to launch into a charming monologue about neighborhood barbecues while the house worked its magic, the shadows from our yard creeping across the sidewalk to intertwine with theirs, an invisible tether forming between our homes. As they turned to leave, cookies in hand, Emma glanced back at me one last time, and in that moment she saw, really saw. Her breath hitched as her eyes traced the unnatural way my shadow stretched toward them despite the porch light's angle. The too many teeth my smile concealed, the faint screaming patterns moving beneath the skin of my outstretched hand. But before she could react, the house exhaled a gust of wind that slammed their front door shut behind them with finality, the sound startling Lily into dropping her cookie onto the welcome mat, where it landed with a soft splat, the jam center pulsing once before the house's hidden tendrils dragged it into the cracks between boards. The thing inside me trembled with barely restrained glee as we retreated inside, my body contorting back to its true shape the moment the door closed, the plate of cookies dematerializing as the house prepared for phase 2. Upstairs, the Ouija board rattled in its box, the planchette spelling out a single word over and over. Tonight, tonight, tonight. And as the last rays of sunlight faded, the twins' bedroom light flickered like a distress beacon, unseen by their parents already moving sluggishly through the house, their movements growing heavier with each passing minute as the special ingredient in their own cookies took effect. The thing inside me settled in to watch from the window, my face splitting into a grin too wide for human anatomy as the house's hunger reached a fever pitch, the wallpaper faces straining toward the street in anticipation, because the thing had learned an important lesson from my failures. Why chase your prey when you can make them come to you? And as midnight approached and the first thin wail of a child's nightmare pierced the quiet street, the house began to sing along in perfect harmony, a lullaby composed of all the voices it had ever consumed, while the shadows beneath their front door began to pulse in time with our waiting heartbeat. The wailing from across the street crescendoed into a panicked scream. Emma's voice, sharp with the terror of a child waking from a nightmare, only to find something worse waiting in the waking world. And the house responded in kind, its foundation groaning with hunger as the shadows pooling beneath our porch surged forward like a living tide, slithering across the pavement in inky ribbons that smelled of burnt sugar and opened graves. My stolen body convulsed with the thing's excitement, bones snapping and reforming into something more agile as we pressed against the window, watching the twins' bedroom light flicker like a dying firefly, while their parents' window remained ominously dark, the sedative-laced cookies having done their work well. The thing inside me unspooled my tongue again, the elongated muscle quivering as it tasted the air, catching the metallic tang of Emma's fear and the sweeter, denser scent of Lily's still sleeping innocence, a combination that made the walls around me shudder with gluttonous anticipation. The house's singing grew louder, a chorus of stolen children's voices harmonizing with the creak of settling wood and the skittering of something moving inside the walls, the melody perfectly calibrated to slip through cracks in window frames and under doors, designed to sound like a mother's lullaby to sleepy ears, but carrying the cadence of a funeral dirge beneath its surface. Emma's silhouette appeared at their window, her small hands pressed against the glass as she peered into the darkness, directly at me, her gaze locking onto mine with terrifying accuracy despite the distance and the night, her mouth forming a silent scream as she finally recognized the shape lurking in our unlit window. The thing inside me reveled in her terror, my jaw unhinging to emit a crooning response that vibrated through the neighborhood at a frequency only children could hear, the sound making Emma clutch her ears as her sister finally stirred beside her, little Lily rubbing her eyes with jam-sticky fingers that still carried traces of the house's essence. The moment Lily's drowsy gaze turned toward our house, the planchette upstairs exploded from its box with enough force to embed itself in the ceiling, spelling out "Come play" in the plaster dust that rained down as the streetlights began to flicker in sequence toward their home, a breadcrumb trail of shadows leading from their front door to ours. Emma tried to wake her parents, her tiny fists pounding on their bedroom door with increasing desperation, but the special ingredient in the parents' cookies held them in a sleep as deep as death, their dreams carefully curated by the house to feature comforting visions that would keep them still and silent while the real horror unfolded upstairs. Lily, ever the bolder twin, had already climbed onto the window seat to get a better look at the fascinating lights dancing across our lawn. Lights that resolved into the shapes of other children when you looked directly at them, their hollow-eyed faces smiling as they beckoned with small, rotting hands. The thing inside me knew the exact moment the twins' bond would override Emma's survival instincts, the precise second her need to protect her sister would outweigh her fear. And as if on cue, their front door creaked open just wide enough for two small figures to slip through, hand in hand, their bare feet silent on the cool pavement as they followed the trail of flickering streetlights toward our waiting porch. The house held its breath as they crossed the property line, the air thickening with the scent of ozone and spoiled milk. And when Emma hesitated at our front steps, Lily's jam-stained fingers reached out to turn the knob with terrifying ease, the door swinging open to reveal a perfect replica of their own living room inside, down to the family photos on the walls and the half-finished puzzle on their coffee table. The illusion lasted just long enough for them both to step inside before the door slammed shut with a sound like a tomb ceiling, the walls instantly reverting to their true form as the house's hunger finally broke free. Wallpaper peeling away in grate, gasping strips to reveal the screaming faces beneath, floorboards splitting open to disgorge skeletal hands that grabbed at tiny ankles, the temperature plummeting so fast the girl's breath crystallized in the air before them. Emma's shriek of terror was cut short as the first tendril of shadow wrapped around her throat, her wide eyes meeting mine as the thing inside me finally stepped forward into the light, my true form now fully revealed, a grotesque patchwork of all the house's previous victims stitched together with darkness and spite, my face a shifting mosaic of Sarah's pleading expression and Jake's snarling mouth and the boy Ethan's terrified eyes. Lily, still half drugged with the house's influence, simply smiled up at me with jam-stained teeth, and asked if we were going to play now, her small hand reaching trustingly toward the nightmare creature her sister was fighting against. And in that moment, the house got exactly what it wanted. As Emma thrashed in the grip of the shadows, her screams joined the chorus in the walls. The last thing she saw was her sister willingly walking into the arms of the thing wearing my skin, Lily's delighted giggle harmonizing with the house's satisfied croon as the front door swung open again at dawn. Only one small figure skipping back across the street, her pink backpack bouncing, her humming slightly off-key as she climbed the steps to her quiet home, where her parents would wake with no memory of ever having two daughters. And high above in the house's attic, a new section of wallpaper unfurled itself with a wet, tearing sound, its pattern subtly altered to include one screaming face with Emma's wide, terrified eyes, right beside the empty space reserved for her other half, the twin who would soon enough return to us, leading her new friends by the hand to meet the nice neighbor lady and her very special homemade cookies. The house sighed contentedly, its hunger temporarily sated, as the thing inside me settled down to wait, because the best bait, we had learned, was always another child. And Lily, our perfect, obedient Lily, would bring us so many more. The morning sun painted Lily's return home in deceptively cheerful hues, her small form skipping up the porch steps with unnatural lightness. The jam stains around her mouth now faded to faint pink smudges that pulsed slightly when shadows passed over them. Inside our house, the thing inside me quivered with satisfaction, my stolen flesh rippling as it assimilated the new memories flooding through our shared nervous system. Emma's last terrified screams, the way her small hands had scrabbled at the wallpaper as it absorbed her, the exact pitch of her voice as she called for her sister right before the house swallowed her whole. The remaining twin had watched it all with that same vacant smile, her pupils dilated black with whatever infernal ingredient we'd baked into those cookies, her tiny fingers clapping in delight as her sister became part of the chorus in the walls. Now the house shifted around me, its architecture subtly rearranging to accommodate its newest resident, the groans of settling beams forming a macabre lullaby that only I could hear, a sound that vibrated through my corrupted bones and set the faces in the wallpaper to murmuring excitedly. Through the kitchen window, I watched Lily's home with predatory focus, my vision sharpening unnaturally as the father finally stumbled into view, his movements sluggish from the sleeping agents still in his system, his face crumpling in confusion when his daughter turned from the refrigerator with jam-smeared lips and asked when Emma was coming home from her playdate. The mother's scream when she found the empty bed was delicious, a shrill, broken sound that carried across the street and made the thing inside me shiver with pleasure, my distended tongue lapping at the air to taste her anguish. The police came quickly, their flashing lights painting our walls in alternating bursts of red and blue that made the hidden faces writhe in excitement. But Lily stuck to her story with eerie calm. Emma had gone to play with the nice children next door, the ones only she could see, the ones who promised so many fun games if she'd just bring more friends next time. The officers left with uneasy glances at our property, their subconscious minds recoiling from the wrongness they couldn't quite define, their notebooks filling with descriptions that would never quite match reality. By afternoon, the neighborhood buzzed with hushed speculation and poorly concealed suspicion, curtains twitching as mothers pulled their children a little closer when passing our house, unaware that the real danger skipped merrily among them in a pink backpack and light-up sneakers. The thing inside me bided its time, my body contorting into the shape of a concerned neighbor bringing casseroles and sympathy, my voice the perfect blend of shock and support as I pressed comforting hands against the mother's heaving shoulders, hands that left faint, squirming shadows beneath her skin where I touched her. That night, as the search parties disbanded and the streetlights flickered on, Lily knelt by her bedroom window facing our house, her breath fogging the glass as she whispered to the empty air, her words carrying clearly to us through some unholy frequency the house had established between us. "They're looking in the woods tomorrow," she confided to the darkness, her small fingers tracing patterns on the pain that matched the scars on my own warped flesh. But I know where she really is. The house trembled with anticipation, its foundations creaking like an old man settling into his favorite chair, as the thing inside me flexed its influence across the street. The mother's dreams already twisting toward our control, her sleeping mind replaying the moment my shadow had lingered too long on her skin after our comforting embrace. By week's end, the flyers would yellow on telephone poles, the police would shift Emma's case to a cold file, and Lily would bring her first new friend home to meet us. A freckle-faced boy from her class who didn't believe her stories about the magic house until he saw the children waving at him from our attic window. Their smiles just a little too wide, their eyes just a little too dark. The house exhaled a satisfied sigh through its vents as the planchette upstairs spelled out its newest message in the dust. More coming. And in the walls, Emma's face pressed hungrily against the floral patterns, her mouth forming the same words her sister now whispered every night before bed. Bring more friends, bring more friends. A chant that grew louder with each new voice added to the chorus. A hymn that vibrated through my rotting bones as the thing inside me smiled with too many teeth, and the house prepared its next batch of special cookies. The freckle-faced boy, Daniel, his name tag from soccer practice still pinned crookedly to his backpack, hesitated on our porch steps, his sneakers squeaking against the damp wood as he peered into the house's deceptively normal foyer where Lily had already skipped ahead, her light-up sneakers casting eerie flashes against the walls that pulsed in time with the thing inside my chest. The house held its breath, the air thick with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and something darker underneath, the kind of smell that lingers in the back of your throat like the memory of a fever. Daniel's nostrils flared as he caught it, his survival instincts, those primal signals children haven't yet learned to ignore, making him pause just outside the threshold where the shadows stretched a little too far from the corners, where the welcome mat's lettering had subtly changed from welcome to come in the space between blinks. The thing inside me adjusted my smile, softening the edges until I looked like every kid's favorite aunt, my hands, now carefully reshaped to appear normal, offering the plate of cookies with just the right amount of grandmotherly warmth, the chocolate chips arranged in patterns that almost resembled smiling faces if you didn't stare too long. Lily's told us so much about you, I heard myself say in a voice like caramel and safety, the words laced with the same hypnotic cadence the house used in its nightly lullabies, the tone that made parents sleep just a little too deeply when their children screamed in the dark. Daniel's hesitation wavered as Lily called from inside, her voice echoing slightly as if the house had grown larger to accommodate her words, the sound bouncing off walls that shouldn't have been that far away. The cookie's aroma intensified, wrapping around Daniel's senses like a warm blanket, triggering memories of birthday parties and after-school treats, the scent bypassing his logic to speak directly to his hunger. His foot crossed the threshold, just an inch, just testing, and the house reacted instantly, the temperature spiking to a cozy warmth that smelled like his grandmother's kitchen, the faint sound of children's laughter drifting down from upstairs where no children should have been. The thing inside me watched with barely contained glee as Daniel took his first step inside, then another, his sneakers leaving faint glowing footprints on the hardwood that faded almost immediately, absorbed by the ravenous floorboards. The door swung shut behind him with a sound like a contented sigh, the lock clicking over with finality as the house began its careful transformation, the walls leaning in just slightly to make the hallway appear longer, the ceiling lowering imperceptibly to create that cozy, nest-like feeling children crave when frightened, the air thickening with the comforting weight of a blanket fort. By the time Daniel noticed the wallpaper beginning to peel, just one small strip near the staircase, curling back to reveal an eye that blinked slowly before disappearing into the pattern again, it was already too late. Lily stood at the foot of the stairs, her grin stretching just a little too wide as she reached for his hand, her fingers sticky with something that wasn't jam. "They've been waiting to meet you," she whispered, her voice harmonizing with the house's hidden chorus as the first cold tendril of shadow curled around Daniel's ankle. His scream caught in his throat as the cookie's special ingredient took full effect, locking his limbs even as his mind raced. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was Lily's face splitting open like overripe fruit, her skin peeling back to reveal the pulsing, hungry thing beneath. the thing that had been growing inside her since the first bite of our special cookies. As the house's true children poured from the walls with grasping hands and endless smiles, their welcome far warmer than Daniel could have ever imagined. And upstairs, in the ever-expanding attic, the wallpaper stretched itself a little tighter across the new, screaming bulge beneath its surface, the pattern adjusting seamlessly to include another set of wide, terrified eyes, right next to the empty space reserved for his little sister, the one Lily had promised could come play tomorrow. The house exhaled in satisfaction, its hunger momentarily sated, as the thing inside me turned my gaze toward the school playground visible through the kitchen window, where a group of children played tag, completely unaware of the new game being designed just for them, one where everyone loses and the house always wins. The playground children's laughter carried through the afternoon air like wind chimes made of bone, their carefree shrieks a siren song to the thing inside me that pressed against my rib cage with gnawing anticipation, my distended shadow stretching across the kitchen floor toward the window, as if trying to snatch a handful of that innocence for itself. The house had grown restless since Daniel's absorption, its walls twitching with impatient energy, the faces in the wallpaper straining against their flowery prisons as they whispered names of potential playmates: Jacob, Sophia, Aiden, each syllable dripping with the sticky sweet cadence of children's voices that hadn't spoken in years. Lily had returned to school with perfect obedience, her pink backpack now lined with tendrils of shadow that slithered into her lunchbox and pencil case, her once bright eyes now flecked with the same darkness that pulsed beneath my fingernails whenever the thing inside me grew excited. Through her, we watched the playground dynamics unfold. The lonely ones who lingered at the edges of games, the bold ones who led others into trouble, the sensitive ones who noticed when classmates went missing but were too afraid to speak up. The house had developed preferences, its hunger becoming refined with each feeding. It craved the ones with strong sibling bonds now, the ones whose disappearance would lure others into our web, the way Emma's vanishing had delivered Daniel so neatly to our doorstep. My stolen hands moved without conscious thought, mixing another batch of cookie dough with ingredients that shouldn't exist. Powdered whispers stolen from the walls, the crushed bones of long-dead house pets buried beneath the foundation, the crystallized fear of every child who'd ever woken screaming from a nightmare they couldn't remember. The oven hummed to life as I slid the tray inside, the heating element pulsing like a heartbeat as the cookies began to take shape, the chocolate chips arranging themselves into tiny, screaming faces that melted away when blinked at. Outside, the school bell rang, and the thing inside me quivered with excitement as Lily's silhouette appeared at the edge of the playground, her small hand already clasped with a new friend, Sophia, the quiet one who'd been drawing pictures of our house all week without knowing why, her crayon sketches showing details even I hadn't noticed yet, the faces in the gables, the hands pressing against the upstairs windows, the shadow that stretched toward the school, no matter which way the sun shone. The cookies would be ready by the time they arrived, their aroma designed to bypass parental suspicion and go straight to the primal part of a child's brain that associated sweetness with safety. Their special ingredient keyed specifically to Sophia's DNA, thanks to the lock of hair Lily had slipped into her pocket during art class. The house groaned in anticipation, its foundation shifting like a great beast turning in its sleep, as the first tendrils of dusk began to creep across the lawn, shadows moving just a little too independently, stretching a little too far toward the sidewalk where Lily would soon lead her new friend. Upstairs, the Ouija board rattled against its cupboard, the planchette carving words into the wood grain. She brings the seer. And in the attic, the newest section of wallpaper stretched taut over Daniel's still struggling form, his muffled screams harmonizing with the house's eager crooning as we prepared to welcome the one child who might have actually seen us coming, the one whose nightmares had already made her familiar with the taste of fear, whose drawings proved she could perceive the truth beneath the illusion. The thing inside me licked its stolen lips with a tongue that had grown too long and too pointed, my shadow writhing on the floor as the oven timer dinged, the scent of fresh cookies flooding the house with a warmth that almost masked the underlying stench of corruption. Somewhere outside, a mother called her children home for dinner, her voice tinged with unconscious urgency, as if sensing the approaching danger. But it was already too late. Lily's light-up sneakers flashed red at the edge of our property line, her grip on Sophia's wrist unbreakable as she whispered promises of secret games and special treats, her eyes reflecting the house's hunger as the front door creaked open in invitation, the threshold humming with ancient power. The last rays of sunlight glinted off Sophia's wide, terrified eyes as she hesitated. She could see the teeth in the doorway, the hands in the walls, the truth behind the illusion. But the cookie's aroma curled around her hesitation and smothered it, drawing her forward into the waiting darkness where the house's newest children waited to welcome her with open arms and endless, hungry smiles. And as the door swung shut behind them with a sound like a satisfied sigh, the first strip of wallpaper by the stairs began to peel back on its own, revealing one word woven into the pattern beneath. A word that hadn't been there this morning. A word Sophia would soon understand in the most intimate way possible. Stay. The moment Sophia crossed the threshold, the house inhaled sharply, walls contracting like lungs drawing breath, as it tasted the unique electricity of her fear, so much richer and more complex than the others because she could see the truth flickering at the edges of our illusion, her wide eyes tracking the way the hallway elongated behind me even as Lily tugged her forward with sticky fingers. The cookies sat arranged on the kitchen table in perfect concentric circles, their centers pulsing faintly like tiny hearts, their aroma dialed precisely to the frequency of Sophia's deepest cravings. Vanilla and safety and maternal love, all twisted into something predatory. The thing inside me adjusted my smile to appear grandmotherly, but Sophia flinched anyway, her seer's gift catching the way my teeth reshaped themselves behind my lips, the way my shadow didn't quite match my movements. Lily, ever the perfect predator in training, giggled and squeezed Sophia's trembling hand, her fingernails now blackened and sharp where they pressed into tender skin. Her voice a sing-song lie about how special Sophia was to be invited over, how all the cool kids got to play the house's games eventually. The walls leaned in to listen, the floral patterns rearranging into faces that mimicked Sophia's classmates. If those classmates had been flayed and stretched across dimensional gaps, their hollow eyes blinking in unison as the temperature dropped just enough to raise goosebumps on small arms. Sophia tried to run then, her sneakers squeaking against hardwood that had grown subtly sticky. But the front door was gone, replaced by endless hallway lined with photographs of children no one remembered, their dates of disappearance etched beneath in something dark and flaking. The thing inside me let my true form ripple to the surface for just an instant, long enough for Sophia to see the patchwork of stolen faces that made up my skin, the way Emma's screaming mouth had been stitched where my left cheek should be, and her resulting shriek was a masterpiece that made the house shudder with pleasure, the sound waves absorbed by the ever-thirsty wallpaper. Lily clapped her hands in delight, her jaw unhinging with a wet pop to reveal the hollow tunnel of her throat where shadows writhed. Her transformation nearly complete as she herded Sophia toward the waiting cookies with the predatory grace of a child who'd forgotten she'd ever been prey. The first bite was always the sweetest, the moment when their eyes dilated with drugged euphoria, even as their bodies recognized the poison. And Sophia was no exception, her tiny teeth sinking into chocolate chip eyes that burst with flavors tailored just for her. Her mother's perfume, the wax of her favorite crayons, the salt of her own fear. The change was immediate, her pupils swallowing the irises, her struggles weakening as the house's essence slithered through her veins, her terrified whimpers shifting into drowsy giggles as Lily whispered all the wonderful games they could play now that Sophia was part of the family. The shadows moved in then, caressing her cheeks with tendrils that left faint bruises in their wake, the wallpaper peeling back in great gasping strips to reveal the chorus of children waiting to welcome their newest member, their skeletal hands beckoning with a terrible gentleness. Somewhere upstairs, the planchette burst into flames, its final message scorched into the floorboards. Another ITOC. And as the house began its gruesome assimilation, the walls opening like a mother's arms, the floorboards parting like hungry mouths, Sophia's last clear thought was not of escape, but of her little brother asleep in his crib across the street. and how very much he would love the cookies his big sister would bring him tomorrow. The thing inside me crooned in satisfaction as the house settled to digest its latest meal, my stolen fingers already sketching new recipes in the condensation on the windows, the names of neighborhood children swirling in the steam from the cooling oven. Outside, the streetlights flickered in sequence toward the next house, the next family, the next play date, their glow just bright enough to illuminate the fresh footprints leading up our porch steps. Tiny sneaker treads overlapping in an endless procession of visitors who came to play but never, ever left. The streetlights had barely faded with the dawn when the house began its newest transformation, walls shifting like restless sleepers, the foundation groaning as it expanded to accommodate fresh horrors. While I stood at the kitchen window watching Sophia's mother pace her front porch, her frantic phone calls slicing through the morning quiet as she reported her daughter, missing to authorities, who would never think to check the house with the always open door and the kindly old woman who baked cookies for the neighborhood children. The thing inside me savored her panic like fine wine, my stolen tongue darting out to catch the salt of her terror on the breeze, my fingers twitching with the urge to beckon her across the street where the shadows stretched just a little too far onto her property, where the scent of fresh-baked goods already curled invitingly from our chimney despite the oven being cold for hours. Lily skipped home as if summoned by the mother's grief, her pigtails bouncing with artificial cheer, her backpack now bulging with Sophia's favorite hair ribbons and a carefully folded drawing of our house, the one that showed the truth in crayon strokes no child should have been able to conceptualize, which she presented to me with a grin that split her face in impossible ways, her teeth now sharpened into points that glistened with something darker than jam. The house crooned its approval, the floorboards rippling like a cat's purr beneath our feet as we examined Sophia's artwork together. The way she'd somehow captured the screaming faces in the attic wallpaper, the shadowy tendrils that connected Lily to the foundation, the monstrous silhouette lurking behind my grandmotherly facade with its too many eyes and hunger-sharp smile. The planchette upstairs rattled against its restraints, spelling out more seers in frantic strokes that gouged the wood, and the thing inside me shuddered with anticipation. Seers were rare morsels, their fear laced with the intoxicating bitterness of true comprehension, their suffering drawn out as the house meticulously unraveled their gift strand by precious strand. Outside, the search party was forming, neighbors gathering with flashlights and false hope as they prepared to scour the nearby woods where the house had already planted scraps of fabric and misleading footprints through its network of root and shadow, the perfect stage dressing for a tragedy that would never have a second act. Lily tugged at my dress with fingers that had grown too long and jointed wrong, her whisper a chorus of stolen voices as she relayed how Sophia's little brother had cried for his sister last night, how his tears had smelled like potential, like the next link in an endless chain, and the house responded by manifesting a fresh batch of cookies on the counter, these ones shaped like teddy bears and dripping with honey made from distilled nightmares. The mother's scream when she found Sophia's ribbon tied around our porch railing was a symphony that made the walls shudder with pleasure, her fingers trembling as she lifted the scrap of fabric that had somehow grown roots into the wood, the threads squirming faintly against her skin before she dropped it with a gasp. The thing inside me adjusted my face into the perfect mask of concerned sympathy as I stepped outside, my shadow stretching unnaturally toward her as I offered comfort and coffee and the use of our phone, my voice the perfect blend of grandmotherly warmth and calculated menace that made her hesitate just long enough for the house's influence to take root, her pupils dilating as she inhaled the special scent wafting from our open windows, the aroma tailored just for grieving parents who needed something to take the edge off. By nightfall, the search would be called off, the posters would go up, and the mother would return home with a Tupperware of our special brownies pressed into her hands, the ones laced with enough of the house's essence to make her sleep deeply while her remaining child played unsupervised in the yard, within easy reach of Lily's grasping fingers and the shadows that had grown bold enough to venture across the street at dusk. The attic wallpaper pulsed with renewed hunger, Sophia's face already half absorbed into the pattern, her seer's eyes still wide with understanding as the house meticulously digested her gift, her mouth forming silent warnings that would never reach her brother's ears. And as the streetlights flickered on one by one, each bulb dimming slightly as it passed our property, the thing inside me settled in to watch the mother's house through the kitchen window, my reflection warping in the glass as the house's true children gathered behind me, their skeletal fingers resting on my shoulders in a grotesque parody of familial affection while we waited and watched, and hungered for the inevitable moment when the last piece of Sophia's family would come searching for answers and find only the endless appetite of a house that had never stopped growing, never stopped feeding, and would never, ever be satisfied. The mother's grief had ripened into a desperate exhaustion by nightfall, her movements sluggish from the drugged brownies she'd nibbled throughout the day, each bite drawing her deeper into the house's grasp, while her toddler son played unattended in the backyard sandbox, his chubby fingers building castles too close to the property line where the shadows had begun pooling like spilled ink. The thing inside me vibrated with anticipation, my stolen flesh straining to contain its excitement as we watched through the kitchen window, my reflection warping grotesquely in the glass as the house's influence stretched across the street through underground root systems and strands of spiderweb fine darkness that quivered in the evening breeze. Lily had positioned herself at the edge of our lawn, her form flickering between that of a normal child and something far more predatory whenever the streetlights wavered, her voice singing a lullaby that wasn't a lullaby at all but a calling, a summoning, that made the toddler abandon his sandcastle with a giggle, his diaper crinkling as he waddled toward the sound with arms outstretched. The mother stirred briefly from her brownie-induced stupor, her maternal instincts cutting through the haze just long enough to see her son pressing his face against our chain-link fence, his chubby fingers entwined with Lily's elongated ones through the metal links, her nails now blackened talons that clicked against his wrist bones with possessive gentleness. The scream that tore from the mother's throat was cut short as the special ingredients in the brownies activated fully, her limbs locking in place even as her mind raced, her wide, terrified eyes the only part of her still able to react as Lily's jaw unhinged with a wet pop, her mouth stretching wide enough to envelop the toddler's entire head as the shadows surged forward to assist. The house trembled with ecstasy as the first true bite was taken, not of flesh but of innocence itself, the toddler's essence flooding through our unholy network of roots and walls and whispering floorboards, his memories of sister and mother and home being carefully extracted and preserved like insects in amber for the house's endless collection. By the time the mother broke free from her paralysis, stumbling across the street with slurred shouts, there was no child left to save, only a perfect doppelganger crafted from shadows and stolen skin. It smiled just a fraction too wide as it reached for her with sticky fingers that smelled of chocolate and grave dirt. The house welcomed her with open arms and a hallway that stretched just a little too long, the walls whispering her daughter's name in a chorus of voices that hadn't spoken in decades, the air thick with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and something far more primal underneath. As the front door clicked shut behind her, its sound final as a coffin lid sealing, the neighborhood streetlights all blew out in unison, plunging the block into a darkness that pulsed with unseen movement, with skittering limbs and chittering teeth and the satisfied sigh of a house that had finally, after all these hungry years, secured itself a complete set. And in the attic, the wallpaper completed its newest section with a wet, tearing sound, a perfect family portrait woven from screaming floral patterns, mother and daughter and son forever united in the house's endless, hungry embrace. While downstairs, the oven preheated itself with a groan, its coils glowing red as the thing inside me began mixing another batch of treats, our collective gaze already turning toward the schoolyard, where so many lonely children still played, completely unaware of. The dinner bell about to ring. The schoolyard buzzed with its usual mid-morning chaos. Children's laughter like wind chimes made of bone, sneakers scuffing against asphalt in games of tag that always ended too soon. But today the air carried a new undercurrent, a tension humming just beneath the surface as teachers glanced too often at the empty spaces where Sophia and Daniel should have been. Their names whispered in faculty lounges with the particular dread of educators who sense a pattern but can't yet prove it. The thing inside me watched through Lily's eyes as she skipped rope near the jungle gym, her movements perfectly synchronized with the house's breathing, her shadow stretching just a little too far across the blacktop as she counted out rhymes that weren't rhymes at all, but a litany of names, past, present, and future, each syllable dripping from her tongue like honey laced with ground glass. The house had grown restless overnight, its walls twitching with insatiable hunger, the attic groaning under the weight of too many new additions as the wallpaper strained to contain them all, their muffled screams vibrating through the pipes and floorboards in a ceaseless chorus that only I could hear. A new child had caught Lily's attention today, Mason, the quiet boy who always lingered at the edge of group activities, his fingers stained with marker ink from the elaborate drawings he hid in his desk, sketches that showed an unsettling familiarity with the way shadows moved when no one was watching. The thing inside me recognized a fellow seer immediately, my stolen pulse quickening at the potential feast his terror would provide. The house's foundations creaking in agreement as Lily's jump rope suddenly tangled around Mason's ankle with unnatural precision. Her giggle a perfect replica of childhood innocence as she tugged him toward the isolated corner of the playground where the sunlight never quite reached. The teachers didn't notice when Mason's screams were swallowed by the rustling of the oak tree's leaves. Leaves that had grown unnaturally thick and glossy since the house's roots had infiltrated the school's landscaping years ago. Nor did they see the way the boy's shadow remained behind when he was pulled into the tree's hollow, still waving goodbye as Lily skipped back to class alone, her pockets now bulging with Mason's latest drawings and a lock of hair still warm from his scalp. The house welcomed its newest guest with its usual grotesque hospitality, walls pulsing in time with Mason's racing heartbeat, the attic stairs unfolding like a tongue to guide him upward where the others waited, their faces pressed against the floral wallpaper in terrible welcome. While back at the school, the substitute teacher marked Mason absent without a second thought, her pen scratching against paper just as the boy's fingernails scratched futilely at the inside of our walls, his seers. Gift now showing him far more than any child should ever see. By dismissal time, the whispers had already started, children pointing at our house during the bus ride home, daring each other to ring the doorbell, their bravado undercut by the way their shadows stretched unnaturally toward our property line, while Lily hummed a lullaby under her breath, her fingers busy braiding strands of Mason's hair into a makeshift bracelet that pulsed faintly in time with the house's hunger. The streetlights flickered on earlier than usual that evening, their glow sickly yellow as they illuminated the fresh footprints leading up our porch steps. Small sneaker treads overlapped by something larger and clawed. While inside, the oven preheated itself with a groan, its coils glowing red as the thing inside me ground Mason's abandoned drawings into a fine powder to mix into the next batch of treats, the ink swirling through the batter like veins through flesh, each stroke of his crayons. Now a roadmap to his little sister's nightmares. And as the neighborhood settled into another night of uneasy sleep, the house exhaled through its chimney in a plume of smoke that smelled suspiciously like burnt cookies and childhood fears, its hunger momentarily sated but never truly satisfied, because tomorrow was another school day, and the playground was still so full of lonely children waiting to be invited over for dinner. The playground had grown quieter since Mason's disappearance, teachers hovering closer during recess, parents exchanging nervous glances at pickup. But children's memories are mercifully short, and within days the laughter returned, albeit tinged with an edge of hysteria, whenever someone mentioned the haunted house at the end of the block. The thing inside me reveled in their fragile bravado, my stolen fingers twitching against the windowsill as I watched them dare each other to approach our property line, their shadows stretching toward us in the late afternoon sun like offerings. Lily had become the ringleader of these games, her once sweet features now sharpening into something predatory beneath the surface, her pigtails swinging as she organized contests to see who could touch our mailbox first. The winner always receiving one of our special cookies that left their fingers sticky for days and their dreams full of whispering walls. The house had grown bold with success, its influence spreading through the neighborhood like a stain, streetlights flickering in sequence toward our home each evening. The local stray cats developing a habit of staring too long at certain shadows before disappearing entirely. Even the oak tree in the schoolyard leaning ever so slightly in our direction, its roots now intertwined with the house's underground network of tendrils. Mason's little sister, Ava, just 5 years old with her brother's same unsettling gaze, had started sleepwalking since his disappearance, her parents finding her most nights standing at their living room window facing our house, her tiny hands pressed against the glass as she mumbled about the nice kids who invited her to play. The thing inside me tasted their growing despair like a connoisseur savoring fine wine, my distended tongue lapping at the air to catch the metallic tang of their sleepless nights. The house responding by manifesting a fresh batch of cookies shaped like oak leaves and jungle gyms, their centers oozing a substance that shimmered like Mason's stolen artwork. When the inevitable knock finally came, Ava's mother desperate for any clue about her missing son, the house welcomed her with open arms and a hallway that smelled like childhood nostalgia, the walls whispering comforting lies and voices that sounded almost like her own memories. Lily served the tea with practiced innocence, her fingernails carefully filed back to blunt edges, though they still clicked too sharply against the porcelain, while the thing inside me wore my grandmotherly disguise like a second skin, my smile widening just enough to make Ava's mother shiver without knowing why. The photo album we presented showed no signs of Mason, just page after page of smiling children who had supposedly visited over the years, their faces subtly shifting if stared at too long. But when the mother's fingers brushed a particular page, the house's essence activated, flooding her mind with fabricated memories of her son playing happily in our yard, his laughter echoing from the attic where no laughter should have been able to penetrate. By the time she left, with a container of our special tea blends and a promise to bring Ava over soon, her pupils were dilated with more than grief, her footsteps faltering as the house's suggestions took root, her maternal instincts warring with the unnatural compulsion to trust us. That night, the attic wallpaper pulsed with renewed vigor, Mason's face now half absorbed into the pattern beside his sister's empty space, his seer's eyes still frantically tracking the room as his mouth formed silent warnings that would never reach Ava's ears. And as the streetlights hummed their eerie chorus outside, the house exhaled a contented sigh through its vents, the scent of brewing tea and baking cookies drifting across the street to where a small figure in pajamas already stood at her window, her tiny hands pressed against the glass as she sleepily repeated the invitation the walls had been whispering all night. Come play, come play, come play. The thing inside me settled deeper into my stolen flesh, my too many teeth clicking in anticipation as the house's roots twitched beneath the neighborhood, preparing to welcome another member to our growing, hungry family. Because the best bait for a missing child was always their grieving sibling. The mother's resolve crumbled faster than expected, the tea we'd given her working its insidious magic through her veins, twisting her grief into something malleable. And by morning she was shepherding Ava up our porch steps with hollow-eyed resignation, the little girl's hand clutching a stuffed rabbit that had been her brother's favorite, its threadbare fur soaked with years of childhood tears. The house inhaled sharply as they crossed the threshold, the walls expanding to accommodate fresh prey. The scent of Ava's fear so much richer than her brother's had been because she couldn't see the truth yet, couldn't comprehend the teeth hiding behind my grandmotherly smile, or the way Lily's shadow didn't quite match her movements. The cookies waiting on the table were shaped like bunnies this time, their frosting eyes glistening with something too alive to be sugar, the air around them shimmering with heat haze, even though they'd been cooling for hours. Ava hesitated, her tiny fingers tightening around her stuffed animal as some primal instinct screamed warnings. But the house had prepared for this, had learned from Mason's resistance, and with a creak of floorboards, the living room transformed around us, morphing into a perfect replica of Ava's own playroom down to the scuff marks on the baseboards and the sunlight pattern from her favorite window. The illusion was flawless, irresistible, and the moment Ava's shoulders relaxed, the moment she took her first trusting step forward, the house struck, shadows erupting from the walls like blackened tongues, the floorboards splitting open to reveal glistening teeth. the cookies on the table sprouting fur and twitching noses as they hopped toward her with too many legs. The mother's scream was cut short as Lily's jaw unhinged with a wet pop, her arms elongating to wrap around the woman in a mockery of comfort as the house's essence flooded through her, rewriting her memories on the spot. There had never been a daughter, only ever a son who ran away, whose face she could barely remember now. Ava's shrieks were sweeter music, her terror untainted by comprehension, as the thing inside me finally shed its human disguise, my flesh splitting open to reveal the patchwork of stolen children beneath. Mason's face screaming silently where my left hand should have been, Sophia's eyes blinking from my ribcage, Daniel's mouth gnashing teeth in my distended stomach. The house feasted with unbridled gluttony, the walls stretching like overfilled bellies as Ava's essence was absorbed, her stuffed rabbit melting into the floorboards where it twitched once before becoming part of the foundation. By nightfall, the mother wandered home alone, her gait unsteady, her mind blissfully empty of any recollection of a golden-haired daughter. While in our attic, the wallpaper completed its newest section with a sound like cracking bones. Mason's face now fused eternally beside his sister's in a grotesque family portrait, their screams woven into the floral pattern where they'd remain until the next seer came to play. And as the streetlights flickered in triumphant unison, the house exhaled a contented sigh through every crack and crevice, its hunger momentarily sated. But outside, the wind carried the sound of children counting down for hide-and-seek, their voices drawing nearer with each passing second, completely unaware that in this neighborhood, all seekers were eventually found, and all hiders were eventually consumed. The counting voices outside swelled as neighborhood children gathered for their evening game, their numbers greater tonight, drawn unconsciously toward the house by some primal magnetism, their shadows stretching up our walkway like fingers testing bathwater. The thing inside me quivered with anticipation, my stolen flesh straining at the seams as the house prepared its grandest illusion yet, the porch lights dimming to a welcoming glow, the scent of popcorn and caramel apples wafting through the open windows, the very bricks rearranging themselves to appear less crooked, less hungry. Lily stood at the door, her form flickering between sweet child and something far older, her pigtails now threaded with tendrils of shadow that pulsed in time with the house's heartbeat as she waved the children closer with a hand that had too many joints. The game had changed tonight, no longer hide and seek but something darker, something called Black Hole, where the seeker wore a blindfold woven from strips of our attic wallpaper, their fingers brushing against surfaces that shouldn't exist in a normal home as they chased giggles that weren't entirely human. The first seeker, a freckle-faced boy named Tommy, never noticed when the hallway behind him stretched into impossible lengths, didn't scream when the blindfold fused to his skin, his triumphant, "I found you," dying in his throat as the walls peeled back to reveal what was really waiting to be found. The other children played on, their laughter growing shriller as the house's influence deepened, their games spiraling into chaos as limbs brushed against things with too many teeth in the dark, as cold hands closed around wrists with promises of safe spots that didn't exist. One by one they vanished into the hungry dark, a shriek muffled here, a gasp cut short there, until only little Emily remained, her pink dress fluttering as she spun in circles counting to 100 with numbers that made no sense, her voice the last thread of innocence in a house that had forgotten the meaning of the word. When she finally opened her eyes, the neighborhood was silent, the streetlights dark, the only illumination coming from our kitchen window, where the thing inside me stood arranging freshly baked cookies on a plate, cookies shaped like her missing friends, their chocolate chip eyes still weeping warm syrup as I turned to greet her with a smile that split my face in two, the house exhaling a sigh of contentment through every pore as Emily's tiny hand reached for the treat with my name iced across it in shaky cursive, her fate sealed the moment her teeth sank through the chewy center and hit the hollow cavity where something squirmed against her tongue. Upstairs, the attic groaned as the wallpaper stretched to accommodate its newest arrivals, the floral patterns now a grotesque yearbook of our growing collection, while outside, in that other world where normal families slept, the first parents began waking to empty beds and chilling realizations their frantic searches destined to lead them inevitably to our doorstep, where the scent of fresh-baked goods and false comfort awaited, where the house would welcome them with open arms and endless hunger, where the game would begin anew with higher stakes and richer prizes, because the truest horror wasn't in the taking but in the waiting, the knowing that eventually everyone loses when playing against a house that never, ever stops cheating. The parents came at dawn in a grief-stricken herd, their faces hollow from sleepless nights, their voices cracking as they called out names that would never be answered, and the house welcomed them with practiced sympathy, the porch swing creaking in mournful rhythm as I distributed steaming mugs of coffee laced with something that dulled the sharp edges of suspicion. The thing inside me marveled at how easily they accepted our comfort, how readily they ignored the way the wallpaper twitched when they mentioned their missing children, how blindly they trusted the kindly old woman whose shadow stretched just a little too far across the floorboards. Lily played her part beautifully, her once bright eyes now fathomless pools of darkness as she handed out tissues and homemade muffins, her fingers lingering just long enough on each parent's wrist to leave behind faint traceries of shadow that would guide them back to us when the nightmares became too much to bear alone. The search party dispersed with promises to check the nearby creek, the woods, the old train tracks, anywhere but the house that smelled like their childhood memories of safety. While the police asked polite questions and jotted meaningless notes, their pens scratching against paper in perfect synchronization with the attic's whispers. By midday, the first mother returned alone. Emily's mom, her nails bitten to bloody crescents. Her pupils dilated from the house's influence as she begged to see the room where her daughter had last played, her desperation overpowering the animal instinct that screamed at her to run. The house obliged with a hallway that stretched just for her, lined with framed photos of smiling children that almost looked familiar if she didn't stare too hard. The air thick with the scent of vanilla, and something underneath that smelled like the inside of a childhood closet after the lights went out. When she pressed her palm against the attic door in a moment of clarity, the wood pulsed warmly beneath her touch, whispering her daughter's name in a voice that was almost human, the sound drawing her forward until the shadows closed around her like loving arms, and the door sealed shut with a sound like a satisfied sigh. One by one they came, the parents, the siblings, the grandparents, each disappearance explained away by grief or madness or a sudden move out of state, the neighborhood's collective memory rewriting itself around the gaps until even the street signs seemed to forget the missing names. The house grew fat on their sorrow, its foundations groaning with the weight of new additions, the attic wallpaper now a living tapestry of interconnected screams that harmonized beautifully at night when the wind blew through the cracks. And as the for sale signs began sprouting on nearby lawns like mushrooms after rain, the thing inside me turned its gaze toward the moving trucks and fresh-faced new arrivals, our collective hunger undimmed by the feast, because the cruelest truth the house had taught me was this: no matter how many you take, there will always be more children counting down in the dusk, their voices sweet as wind chimes as they play their innocent games, completely unaware that in this neighborhood, every seeker eventually becomes the sought, and all hiding places lead back to our hungry, waiting walls. The moving trucks arrived with the summer heat, new families spilling out onto sun-baked driveways with their naive laughter and unopened boxes, their children already darting toward the overgrown park where the swing-set chains creaked with the weight of invisible occupants. The thing inside me salivated at the fresh offerings, my distended tongue tasting their innocence on the breeze, so ripe, so untouched, as the house stretched its foundations like a cat awakening from a nap, the attic's moans of protest drowned out by the cheerful shouts of kids claiming backyard territories. Lily had perfected her disguise over the long, hungry months, her pigtails bouncing with artificial vitality as she skipped toward the newest arrivals with a basket of welcome cookies, whose chocolate chips pulsed faintly in time with the house's heartbeat, her smile never quite reaching eyes that had long since been replaced by something far more observant. The parents accepted the treats with grateful smiles, their suburban politeness overriding the instinct that made their hands tremble when our shadows touched, their cheerful invitations to neighborhood barbecues hanging in air thick with the scent of charred meat from grills that hadn't been lit in years. The children proved even easier, their curiosity untempered by experience, their trust absolute when Lily whispered of secret clubhouses and midnight treasure hunts. Their squeals of delight when shown the coolest hiding spot ever, beneath our porch turning to confused whimpers when the ground opened up beneath them, the house's subterranean tendrils coiling around their ankles with the tenderness of a mother's embrace. By sundown the first new faces appeared in the attic wallpaper, their features still fresh enough to move beneath the floral patterns, their tiny hands pressing against the paste as if trying to wave goodbye to parents who would soon forget their names. While downstairs, the oven preheated itself with a groan, its door clicking open to reveal trays of cookies, shaped like moving trucks and cardboard boxes, their jam centers bubbling with the essence of childhood memories carefully extracted and preserved. The neighborhood's transformation accelerated with each new arrival. Street signs twisting to point only toward our property no matter which way you turned. The local parks slide elongating overnight into something that disappeared into the treetops. Even the moon overhead swelling to an impossible size, its cratered surface now bearing an unsettling resemblance to the attic's screaming wallpaper when viewed through the right eyes. And as the latest batch of cookies cooled on the counter, their shapes perfectly mimicking the new children playing obliviously in their yards, the thing inside me settled into its favorite chair by the window, my flesh rippling with barely contained hunger as the house's roots twitched beneath the neighborhood, preparing to welcome another generation of playmates into our growing family. Because the beautiful truth we'd discovered was this: no matter how many you take, how many you absorb, how many you make forget, there will always be another moving truck on the horizon, another set of wide-eyed innocents eager to be welcomed to the neighborhood. Another feast for a house that had learned the most delicious meals always came to their door willingly, their trust the perfect garnish to their terror. The moving truck families settled in with unsettling ease, their children's laughter ringing through the streets like wind chimes made of bone as they played games whose rules shifted whenever Lily joined. Hopscotch grids that added extra squares leading toward our porch, hide-and-seek counts that always ended at ominous prime numbers, tag where whoever was it developed a strange hollow look in their eyes that never quite faded. The house drank in their youthful energy like parched earth absorbing the season's first rain, its foundation cracking open in dark smiles as new tendrils sprouted through carefully manicured lawns to brush against bicycle spokes and jump rope handles, leaving behind a sticky residue that made the children think of our treats even when at home. Parents found themselves standing at their kitchen windows staring at our property for minutes at a time, their coffee gone cold as the house's influence wrapped around their subconscious like a familiar song half remembered from childhood, their feet carrying them toward our door with casserole dishes and forced smiles before they realized they'd decided to visit. The thing inside me perfected its masquerade, my form now shifting seamlessly between kindly neighbor and something far more ancient depending on who looked, my words laced with subliminal harmonics that made eyelids heavy and critical thinking sluggish, my shadow the exact length and shape to bypass primal alarm systems. By the time little Noah from number 42 vanished during a backyard campout, his sleeping bag found neatly folded on our porch swing the next morning, still warm and humming a lullaby, the neighborhood had already accepted us as its beating black heart. The place children were drawn to like moths to flame, the home where missing pets turned up collarless and changed. The address everyone knew, but no one could accurately describe to outsiders. The attic had begun to sag under the weight of its macabre tapestry, the wallpaper now a living, breathing entity that pulsed against the studs, its chorus of voices harmonizing perfectly with the wind chimes we'd hung from the eaves. Chimes crafted from the finger bones of particularly musical victims. As autumn leaves began to fall in perfect spirals toward our gutters, the house prepared its grandest harvest yet. The Halloween haunt every child had been whispering about, the one with real skeletons and free candy that never ran out, the attraction that would finally blur the line between our hungry walls and the unsuspecting world outside. And as the first construction paper bats appeared in neighborhood windows, the thing inside me stood at our doorway licking its stolen lips, watching the children's shadows grow longer and darker with each passing day. their outlines beginning to resemble the things waiting hungrily in our walls. Because the most terrifying truth was this: soon, they wouldn't need to be taken at all. Soon, they'd come to us willingly, their transformation already half complete, their tiny hands already reaching for the doorbell with fingers that had too many joints, their sweet voices already whispering the invitation that would end the game forever. Trick or treat. The Halloween decorations went up overnight, synthetic cobwebs stretching across every porch railing in the neighborhood, grinning jack-o'-lanterns lining the sidewalks with flames that burned too blue, too bright. But ours were the only house where the decorations seemed to breathe, where the fog curling from our dry ice cauldrons carried whispers of names no one remembered, where the animatronic monsters twitched with a little too much realism when no one was looking. The thing inside me had spent weeks preparing for this night, my stolen flesh now a patchwork of Halloween masks stitched together with shadows and stolen screams, my mouth stretching into a jack-o'-lantern grin whenever children approached with their empty pillowcases and poorly concealed greed. Lily stood at the edge of our lawn in a princess costume that had begun to fuse with her skin, the plastic tiara now jutting from her scalp like a bony growth, her treat basket overflowing with candies that pulsed like tiny hearts in their wax paper wrappers. The house had outdone itself, windows stretching taller to accommodate the towering haunted house facade, the porch steps creaking in perfect horror movie rhythm, even the doorbell pitching its chime exactly half a note lower to trigger subconscious unease. Every detail calibrated to bypass parental suspicion, while calling directly to children's most primal fears and desires. The first trick-or-treaters arrived as twilight deepened, their nervous giggles turning to delighted shrieks when our motion-activated skeletons sprang to life with far more fluidity than plastic joints should allow, their parents chuckling uneasily at how realistic the special effects seemed while failing to notice the way their children's shadows now moved independently, stretching back toward our house even as their bodies walked away. By the third group, the transformations had begun, kids stumbling slightly as their candy-filled bellies gurgled with something more than sugar, their laughter taking on a wet, gurgling quality as the house's essence took root inside them, their eyes reflecting the moonlight a little too brightly as they turned to lead their friends back toward our waiting door. The parents noticed nothing, their own drinks spiked with something that made the world pleasantly fuzzy around the edges, their memories of how many children they'd brought already slipping away like smoke. When midnight struck, the witching hour the house had been counting down to all evening, the streetlights flickered out in unison, plunging the neighborhood into a darkness that moved, that breathed, that reached for every child who'd eaten our treats with greedy, incorporeal fingers. The thing inside me shed its human disguise entirely then, my form unraveling into a living extension of the house itself as we began our final harvest. Porch lights winking out up and down the block as children vanished mid-step, their candy bags dropping to the pavement with muffled thumps, their parents blinking in confusion at the sudden silence before continuing their conversations as if nothing were amiss. By dawn, the neighborhood stood empty of children, but for the faint, giggling echoes whispering from our attic, the wallpaper now too heavy with faces to maintain its floral pretense, the patterns resolving into something far more honest, a tableau of open mouths and staring eyes that would greet the new families when they inevitably arrived, drawn by the excellent schools and friendly atmosphere mentioned in the real estate brochures the house had so carefully influenced. And as the first for sale signs went up on lawns where no children would ever play again, the thing inside me settled back into my human disguise with a contented sigh, my fingers already busy knitting new Halloween costumes for next year's crop of trick-or-treaters. Because the house had finally perfected its grand illusion, the ultimate magic trick where the children were never really missing at all, just waiting patiently in the walls for new friends to join their endless, whispering games. The for sale signs multiplied like mushrooms after rain, each one subtly altered, so the lettering resembled grasping fingers when viewed from certain angles, as the childless neighborhood descended into an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional sobbing parent who couldn't quite remember why they wept. The house gorged itself on their lingering grief, the foundation stones pulsing with stolen vitality as the attic's chorus swelled to a deafening crescendo. The wallpaper faces now pressing so firmly against their flowery prison that their screaming mouths formed visible bulges in the plaster. The thing inside me had grown bloated with power, my human disguise now barely containing the writhing darkness beneath. Patches of skin melting away to reveal the patchwork of stolen childhood stitched together beneath. My smile stretching too wide and showing too many teeth whenever a desperate realtor brought new prospective buyers to our door. Lily had become something else entirely. Her princess costume now fused seamlessly with her flesh, the plastic tiara replaced by actual bone protruding from her scalp, her once innocent giggles now harmonizing perfectly with the attic's ghostly wails as she skipped through empty yards where swing sets moved on windless afternoons. The house's influence had spread beyond our block now, the local school's enrollment records rewriting themselves overnight, pediatricians' offices standing empty, playground equipment rusting from disuse as the town collectively forgot it had ever been any other way. New arrivals received our welcome baskets with glazed smiles, their eyes sliding off the way Lily's shadow didn't quite match her movements, their ears failing to register the muffled cries coming from our walls as we gave them the grand tour. Always ending at the attic door we pretended was locked, our fingers resting just a second too long on the knob that pulsed warmly against our palms. By the time the first new children arrived, transplanted from cities where the houses hadn't yet learned to hunger, the neighborhood had transformed into the perfect hunting ground, streetlights flickering in deliberate patterns to herd them toward our property, storm drains whispering their names in familiar voices, even the trees leaning conspiratorially to cast our house in the most inviting light. The thing inside me trembled with anticipation as I watched them play kickball in the dying afternoon light, their shouts of joy music to our waiting walls. Because the beautiful truth we'd discovered was this: no matter how many you take, how thoroughly you reshape reality around their absence, the world always serves up more innocence on silver platters, their parents too busy unpacking boxes to notice the way their children's shadows sometimes wave back at our windows, or how their bedtime. Stories now include details about the nice lady who lives in the house with too many teeth and not enough doors. And as the first brave child approached our porch with a baseball that had rolled too far, their tentative smile already faltering as they sensed something wrong about the way our welcome mat squished underfoot, the house inhaled deeply, preparing to begin the cycle anew. Because hunger this ancient never truly sleeps, it only waits and watches, and wonders which delicious morsel will cross the threshold first. The baseball child, Oliver, his name tag from soccer camp still safety pinned to his backpack, froze when the welcome mat undulated beneath his sneaker, his breath hitching as his wide eyes traveled up to our doorway, where the thing inside me had allowed my disguise to slip just enough, skin paling to the color of old wallpaper, my smile stretching to reveal the rows of needle teeth I'd grown from the bones of last Halloween's treats. The house held its breath, the porch light dimming to cast my face in eerie shadow as Oliver's fight-or-flight instinct finally kicked in. But it was already too late. The baseball in his hand sprouted fibrous black tendrils that coiled around his wrist with affectionate familiarity, the stitches along its seams splitting open to reveal tiny, blinking eyes that recognized him even as he screamed. Lily materialized beside him with a rustle of her now-living princess dress, the fabric woven from attic wallpaper scraps that whispered forgotten names as she placed a sticky hand on Oliver's shoulder, her touch leaving 5 dark fingerprints that pulsed in time with the house's heartbeat. The parents across the street noticed nothing, their view obscured by the moving van that had conveniently backed up at that exact moment, their ears deaf to the wet, tearing sounds as the porch floorboards opened up beneath Oliver's feet, the house swallowing him whole with the satisfied gulp of a toad snapping up a firefly. By dinner time, the neighborhood had absorbed yet another absence without comment, Oliver's name fading from class rosters, his bedroom transforming into a home office in his family's memories, his baseball cap moldering in our garden shed where the tendrils could nurse it into something new. The attic welcomed its latest addition with a chorus of wet, clicking noises as the wallpaper stretched to accommodate Oliver's screaming face, his features distorting to match the floral pattern, while his terrified eyes remained painfully human, blinking furiously against the paste that would soon seal him forever into our growing tapestry. The thing inside me licked its stolen lips as night fell, my form shifting to peer through multiple windows at once, watching the new families settle in with their oblivious routines, their children's laughter like dinner bells to our hungry walls. While downstairs, the oven preheated itself with a groan, its coils glowing the same hellish orange as the jack-o'-lanterns that had begun appearing on porches months ahead of Halloween, their carved smiles a little too familiar to anyone who'd ever seen our attic's ghastly decorations. And as the first realtor's sign was hammered into Oliver's former lawn, the house exhaled a contented sigh through every crack and crevice, its hunger momentarily sated but never truly satisfied. Because the cruelest lesson it had taught me was this: no matter how many you take, how thoroughly you erase them from existence, the world will always serve up more plump, trusting souls ripe for the plucking, their shadows already stretching toward our doorstep long before their bodies follow their terrified screams already harmonizing with the chorus in our walls, before they've even crossed the threshold into our waiting, endless hunger. The new families settled into their routines with eerie precision, morning coffee brewing exactly when the house preferred its victims drowsy, children released to play just as the afternoon shadows stretched longest toward our property line, fathers mowing lawns in hypnotic patterns that never quite allowed them to notice how their daughters lingered too long by our rose bushes. The thing inside me had refined its techniques over decades of hunger, my human disguise now shifting seamlessly to match whatever archetype these strangers needed to trust me. Kindly grandmother for the nostalgic, fellow young mother for the suspicious, even a child's form when targeting the lonely ones who ached for friendship. Lily had become something between a scarecrow and a spider, her princess dress now part of her flesh, the fabric's floral patterns alive with minuscule screaming faces, her limbs elongating to unnatural lengths whenever she reached for another playmate to introduce to our special games. The house itself had grown bold, its foundation cracking open on moonless nights to disgorge tendrils that slithered through sewer lines and electrical wires, infiltrating the neighborhood's infrastructure until streetlights dimmed at our whim and tap water carried faint whispers of the attic's chorus. When little Mia from Elm Street vanished during a birthday party, her empty chair at the picnic table still rocking gently as if recently vacated, the town's collective amnesia adjusted instantly. Photographs spontaneously cropping her out, teachers calling roll without pause at her empty desk, even her own mother packing away tiny clothes while murmuring about always having wanted an only child. The attic's newest section pulsed with Mia's fading vitality, her face still twitching as the wallpaper's digestive process began, her mouth forming soundless pleas that only fueled the house's gluttonous satisfaction. By the time the autumn leaves began turning, the neighborhood had become the perfect self-sustaining ecosystem, new families drawn in by the excellent safety record and family-friendly atmosphere, their children's laughter ringing through streets that grew quieter year by year, their oblivious parents never questioning why Halloween decorations stayed up all year round at our address, or why trick-or-treaters always left our porch with a glazed, contented look. The thing inside me no longer needed to hunt. The house had grown sophisticated enough to make them come to us, lured by the scent of cookies that smelled like childhood memories, by games where the rules always shifted in our favor, by the irresistible human need to believe in safe neighborhoods and kindly old ladies. And as the first snowflakes of winter dusted the rooftops, each one shaped like a tiny screaming face, the house settled into its satisfied slumber, dreaming of spring's new arrivals, of fresh young voices to add to its chorus, of the endless cycle of hunger and consumption that would continue long after this town became just another whisper in our walls. Because houses, unlike people, never die, they simply wait and watch and hunger for the next generation to make the same fatal mistake of crossing our threshold, their trusting hands already reaching for the doorbell as their parents call after them not to bother the nice lady who lives alone in the house with too many teeth and not enough doors. The winter snows came and went, blanketing the neighborhood in a deceptive purity that melted by noon each day to reveal the truth beneath. The way the icicles hanging from our eaves dripped reddish liquid when no one was looking. How the snowmen built by remaining children always ended up facing our house no matter which direction they'd been constructed. Their coal black eyes tracking the comings and goings of potential playmates with unsettling precision. The thing inside me had grown restless during the cold months, my stolen flesh twitching with barely contained hunger as I watched the new batch of children trudge to school past our property. Their tiny mittened hands clutching straps of backpacks that seemed to grow heavier the closer they got to our address. Lily had taken to standing sentinel in the upstairs window, her elongated limbs folded like a spider's beneath her, the tiara spikes protruding from her scalp now grown into full antlers of yellowed bone that tapped against the glass in a rhythmic code only the house understood. Her hollow eyes following the most vulnerable targets with the intensity of a predator counting down the days until hunting season. The house itself had grown more brazen in its starvation. Foundation cracks exhaling warm, cookie-scented breath when children walked by. The mailbox swinging open of its own accord to disgorge handwritten invitations to special winter playdates, in perfect imitation of each child's own handwriting. When spring finally arrived with its false promises of renewal, the first victim practically delivered herself to our doorstep, little Hannah from Magnolia Lane, drawn by the sudden appearance of rainbow chalk drawings on our driveway that depicted her exact likeness down to the strawberry birthmark on her left wrist, her name spelled out in looping letters that shimmered wetly despite the dry weather. The moment her sneaker touched the first chalk line, the house struck, porch steps transforming into gaping jaws, the welcome mat rolling up like a tongue to drag her screaming across the threshold, the front door slamming shut with such force it rattled windows up and down the block. Hannah's mother noticed nothing amiss until dinner time, by which point the house had already rewritten reality. Her frantic calls to neighbors met with polite confusion. "Hannah, you've always been childless, Margaret." The empty chair at their kitchen table somehow always having been there, the extra place setting in their cupboard mysteriously vanishing overnight. Up in the attic, the newest section of wallpaper absorbed Hannah's essence with gluttonous slurps, her face stretching the floral pattern into a grotesque funhouse mirror version of itself as she joined the chorus of voices that now sang lullabies to the remaining children at night, their haunting melodies carrying on the wind to plant seeds of curiosity about the nice old house, where the music seemed sweetest.